Elena Gabriela Rusey of Romania, the qualifier. It's been a magnificent day here in Melbourne. No sign of the rains that we had yesterday. Not too warm, plenty of sunshine, a little bit breezy, but it has died down as we've moved into the evening, and the conditions should be near perfect here on this great court. That's our home for the evening. Copper roof. And plenty of smiles as these ticket holders are getting ready for the action. Looking at it backstage, there's Madison Keys, our 19th seed. My name's Colin Fleming, and I've got another, well, former American player. I say another American player, but former.
I mean, do you ever quit, Colin? Do you ever quit?
It stays with us, yeah. I have Coco van der Wey alongside me, and what are we expecting tonight, Coco?
Well, first and foremost, my body would say otherwise, that I've never quit. I still feel all the niggling injuries that have been stayed with me, but I think we're going to see a really rejuvenated Madison Keys. I think that's going to be the first thing to look at. She's really feeling confident with herself. She's playing with a new racket. She's definitely had some success, not only at Auckland, making a good run there, but also in Adelaide, getting the trophy, coming into this Australian Open. And I also like that she had a day or two off. She was on the later end of the schedule, so she's coming in with all that reinvigorated energy.
Very nicely put. We have a reinvigorated Madison Keys in 2025. She's on a win streak. Champion in Adelaide, as Coco said. Won her first round, and the players are now ready.
For round 2 women's singles action, please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from Romania, Elena Gabriela Rusey. And please welcome their opponent from the United States of America, Madison Keys.
Madison Keys strides onto court looking confident, and no wonder. You mentioned that title in Adelaide, it was a stacked draw as well. She beat 2 top 20 players, 2 top 10 players, Jess Pegula, the top seed in the final. Madison Keys will be put off by her 19th seeding. She is back playing some of her best tennis, and with the potential to do some real damage in this tournament. That new frame.
Well, now she's carrying the bag, so we know it's a Jannik. I always knew it was a Jannik. I've played with Jannik since I was 16, so I could tell by the frame as to what it was. It's still blacked out.
I think there's been a deal done there somewhere, Coco, a signature.
Somewhere, somehow, and I'm going to guess she's going to end up with that EZO. Yeah, that's from the looks of it, even though it's still blacked out, and keeping the mystery alive.
Yeah. He's going to do the coin for us today.
Marko Savic of Australia is the umpire.
Hi, this is Kara. He's going to do the coin toss for us today. Okay, so just a few reminders. 6-all final set is a 10-point tiebreak. Close calls will come up on all banners and also big scoreboards. Okay, shot clocks in all 4 corners. We have a video review on this court, so you can challenge judgment calls such as no rub, touch, and those things, okay? Just do it immediately if you wish to challenge. All right, and for towel baskets, can you please take the red ones and you take the blue ones? Okay, any questions? No? Okay, would you like to ask Madison if she wants AO or John Newcomb? Okay, John Newcomb, flick the coin, please. Well done. Yes, your choice. Receive?
I see.
Okay, can you please have one photo with Kara facing that way?
It's a photo to keep for that young man. Madison Keys winning the toss, choosing to receive.
Well done, good job.
Confirmation of the first of 2 evening matches here on day 5 on the Margaret Court Arena. Coming up after this one, we have Aryna Tien, another American, up against Daniil Medvedev. This is Elena Gabriela Russet of Romania. She has qualified for the Australian Open here. In fact, it's the third straight Grand Slam that she's qualified for. So definitely playing main draw Grand Slam level, even though her ranking might not quite representing that yet. She's 27 years of age, only to 73, as you can see there. Her best Grand Slam result was at the US Open last year, where she qualified and made the third round. She had a win over the world number 8 Barbora Krejcikova there. So don't be put off by the fact that Russet is ranked 125 in the world. No, she can play a good level. She has been as high as 51. And well, I guess she comes in, Coco, with nothing to lose here against Madison Keys.
I mean, not much to lose. I think Russet, like you were mentioning, has been here, done that before. She's obviously coming back from a bit of injury. It takes some time to build up that ranking. It's almost more of an anomaly to come back and, oh yes, you're back at 50 after the 8 protected rankings that you get as a player. So it's definitely a work in progress, and she's doing the hard yards, and I think that's what's important to see in Russet's game.
Madison Keys, 29 now. She's ranked 14 in the world after the win in Adelaide. It's her 11th Australian Open. She's a 2-time semi-finalist here, 2015, 2022, and I'm sure everyone will remember the 2017 run to the US Open final, where she came up 1 match short against her good friend Sloane Stephens in that match. Also a semi-finalist at Roland Garros 2018. So she has been close, a player that players predicted for Grand Slam success, and she missed the Australian Open last year through injury. It was a shoulder injury. Injured her hamstring at Wimbledon as well. Despite that, still finished 21 in the world, showing the quality she has. And as Coco said, she's back sort of firing. The serve is back to its best, and she's made a great start to this season.
Well, Colin, I'm just happy you slightly glazed over that 2017 run at the US Open, because I definitely want to forget that as soon as possible. She took me down along the way. I'm just gonna throw that out there, but oh no, it's all good. Maddie Keys, she's definitely been a staple inside top 20 and top 10. She has been definitely a player to watch, and also somebody that no one wants to see in the draw. Her game can really take the racket out of your hand. Her serve is really the starting point, but she's been getting a lot more spin on her balls. I think she's been getting a lot of variety, and it all is starting with the serve.
And I think we're able to throw down now and have a word with Madison's coach and husband, Bjorn Fratangelo. Bjorn, thanks for joining us. Colin Fleming, Coco Vandeweghe in the box here. How's the mood in the camp this evening?
Everything is good. Hi guys, first of all, but yeah, everything is good, and you know, ready to hopefully watch a good match.
Well, Bjorn, it took you long enough to tie the knot. Congratulations, by the way.
Thanks, Coco.
Yeah. You know, I think it's been a bit of a conversation point as to Madison Keys' new racket. She's played with the Wilson for so long, and now is with the Yonex. I noticed since I've played with the Yonex that it was starting in Auckland. What are the reasons behind that?
I just felt like that she needed a little more help. You know, her old frame was very demanding, very tough on her body, and honestly, you just had to have a lot of good days to have a lot of success with it, I felt. We tried to keep it in the Wilson family, but it just didn't work out, and she's actually enjoying this frame a lot now. She's getting a lot more power with a lot more control, which is something that I saw like instantly, and it's right now it's a match made in heaven.
And Bjorn, just quickly, while we've got you, thoughts on the match tonight? It's the first meeting with Russet.
Yeah, Maddie's a little bit familiar with her. I did some scouting. You know, she's going to be a tough opponent. You know, Maddie's obviously a little bit nervous. Second round match, wants to put on a good show. So we'll see how it goes.
Listen, thanks for joining us. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Great to be able to get the insights of some of the coaching teams pre-match. Of course, here at Margaret Court Arena, the coaches are in the new position at court level, very much in the corner.
Has Craig Tiley said yet when we're starting to get mics when they go over? I know it was supposed to be gradual, as the tournament went on? Has he decided which round it's going to happen?
Well, no, we'll wait to see. We want to get as much as we can from the coaches.
Come on, bring the mics out. Make them hot.
So we're good to go here. Madison Keys, Aryna Gabriela Rousset. Round 2 action on Margaret Court Arena. Coco, I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm going to give you your full introduction.
No.
Former world number 9, 2-time slam semi-finalist. I did notice that loss to Madison.
No, did you? I'm trying to forget about it still to this day. We're years down the road. I mean, it's a memory I'm trying to forget.
2017 US Open semi-final. And very close to beating Venus in the semis here the same year.
That's what I want to talk about more. Let's talk about the AO run.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the score against Madison.
No, please don't. Please don't. Somebody can Google that if they feel like it, but let's talk about the AO. I prefer that tournament.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting to see if Rousset does have the energy, more so not physically, but mentally out there going through qualifying and winning her first round. That still takes a big toll on the mentality of a player.
Yeah, she had a win over her fellow Romanian, Aryna Camelia Begu, in the first round, 6-4, 6-love. There's her her coach in the shades. I'm not sure he needs those, but Cain Kiorbagiu alongside Monica Nicolescu. Sunglasses at night, Coco, are you going to have that?
Only in a nightclub, right? Isn't that what you're supposed to be doing? I'm not
even
talking to myself. I walked in with sunnies. The sun's still out.
That's a good deep return there from Keys. As Coco said, Rousset came through 3 rounds of qualifying as well. There's Bjorn Fratangelo, who we spoke to a few moments ago. Former player himself, reached a career high 99 in the world. Keys and Fratangelo married in November last year. What a brilliant lob. The apology because the backhand down the line looked to be going wide and she let hit the net tape. And that lob was brilliant.
Good job there by Madison Keys, able to rush the forehand of Rousset, and that backhand down the line has been such a signature. As much as we talk about the forehand of Madison Keys and how that is so dangerous, she really does such a great job really quickly changing direction down the line with that backhand in order to set up the powerful forehand.
Yeah, that's well watched. Rousset, who's currently ranked 57 in the world in doubles as well, has been 32 in that form of the game. She's in the doubles draw here alongside Kostyuk, yet to play their first round. Oh, yes. Just gave Keys a bit of time on the pass and paid the price.
It was like literally this far wide.
Yeah, I have to say, I did think that ball was drifting wide from Rousset. Keys feels it was well wide. It was a previous shot, the high ball that was mishit by Rousset. Justice done, if you like, with that pass. Well, that's a tough blow there for Rousset. Didn't play a bad game, but that ends up being broken. And it's the 3 C's tonight, Coco. Colin Coco. I'm delighted to say that we've got courtside Chanda Rubin. Chanda, if you can hear us, how are we doing? How's it looking down there?
It is terrific down here. Thanks, Colin and Coco. Yes, I want to be part of this rock group right
Yes.
now. I'm happy to be so. But it's a pleasant evening. Conditions are near perfect. It's almost a bit chilly, but for these players out here working hard, it's absolutely perfect. There is a slight breeze that is blowing from the side that Rousset just served from. So Madison Keys had that benefit of going slightly into the wind, and that absolutely is going to suit her game. She can hit through pretty much any conditions, but it's something to make note of as this match goes on.
Yeah, thank you, Chanda. I want to give you your full respect as well. A semi-finalist here in 1996 and a doubles winner that year as well. My goodness, that was a good trip to Melbourne.
I mean, my goodness, she was carrying her partner and everything involved. Good job, Chanda.
You know, that was a good year. That was a good year.
Yeah. Chanda says a bit of a breeze out there on Margaret Court Arena. It has been a breezy day here on day 5. And you would think Keys is going to enjoy serving with the wind at her back. A lot of intensity from Rousset. She's certainly fired up for it.
This is still the early goings of this match, and it's going to take some time to find your distance, especially with the conditions, like Chanda said, are behind Madison Keys. So these balls are just going to move a little bit longer than she's expecting.
Keys beat a fellow American in round 1, Ann Lee, 6-4, 7-5. It was that run in Adelaide that I think really caught the tennis world's attention. It wasn't exactly a weak draw. She beat Haddad Maya, 16 in the world in round 1. Ostapenko, 17 in the world in round 2. And Kazatkina ranked 9. Samsonova ranked 26 and Pegula ranked 7. That's she didn't fluke that one.
No, not at all. And I spoke to Mark Knowles, Jess Pegula's coach, before Jess's first round match, and he said because of the rain they hadn't even had a hit here at Melbourne Park, so hadn't really felt the court conditions before walking out. She had no trouble with her first round match, and I'm assuming Madison Keys had the same issue going into her first round, not having the quality practice time, and that's always the give and take when you decide to play the week before.
Seconds.
Able to laugh that one off. Easier to do when you're already 2-love ahead. It's interesting to hear Bjorn Fratangelo talk about looking for more power in her game. We've seen on the men's side, Alcaraz and Zverev add weight to their racket, looking to hit bigger. It seems to be a theme in the game, you know, the power getting more and more. I would have thought Madison had enough power in her game already.
Well, even before speaking to Bjorn, obviously, like I said, I played with the Onyx for many years, so I know what this racket feels like and does. Obviously, I'm sure Madison has it weighted to her specifications, but this racket does give a lot more control than I think people give credit for. The E-Zone, which I played with the same one, I'm assuming it's a 98, not the 100, so a smaller head frame. Everyone always said, oh, Onyx gives you way too much pop, but for me, it gave me the control I needed.
Well, there was plenty of power and control on that return. That's untouchable.
And there's still going to be growing pains in trusting a racket, especially when you've played with a different model for so many years and a different brand for so many years. But Madison Keys seems to have just been no problem at all.
Oh, there's the backhand down the line again.
Gabriela Rousset is working so hard to get her legs behind these shots and go toe-to-toe with the power of Keys, but it is an uphill battle right now, and she's up against it.
That's too awkward for Rousset. Quick start here for the 19th seed, Madison Keys. Strides to her chair with a 3-love lead.
And this has been a big working point for Madison Keys, especially going into this year. And we heard Bjorn talk about this a little bit last year in different aspects of getting Madison Keys up inside the court to return. She has been so good at returning behind the baseline, especially second serve return because of her big ground strokes. But I think this is helping her so much to get the success that she has early on, because not only does she have the big ground strokes, but also the presence of being inside the baseline. That is something that I don't think enough people bank on. She is a taller player. She is a big hitter. So as somebody that is going up to serve their second serve, they're thinking, oh my gosh, do I have to really deal with the haymakers that Madison Keys is going to throw, and I'm seeing her on top of the baseline? I'm really panicking at this point.
So Madison Keys in control here. She's got a double break. And looking very sharp early on. Oh, Rousset with a clean strike of her own. US Open last year was the Romanian's best Grand Slam in singles, qualifying, reaching the 3rd round. lost in a third set tiebreak in that third round to Paula Badosa, and had beaten Barbora Krejcikova, so playing the best tennis of her career in New York.
But Shannon, correct me if I'm wrong with it, in comparison to the courts in New York, these courts are jumping a lot more.
Yeah, it's bouncy. The ball bounces up a bit more, and evening conditions, it is a little cooler, so maybe slows down slightly as well.
That's an intelligent forehand there from Keys, back in behind.
I mean, to your point, Coco, it really feels and seems like the ball is jumping off the court. And even the last couple of serves, they weren't the biggest kicks from Keys, but they got up and a little bit out of the strike zone of Rousset.
A bit of work on that ace there from Keys. He's just had a little too much for Rousset here.
One other thing that was interesting before the third game of the match, Rousset's coach and Monica Niculescu switched seats, I guess, so the coach could be a little closer, trying to give her a
No,
few
you got to
more-
change the mojo,
Yes.
Chanda,
Give
you
her
know?
a few more words that might be helpful here.
Good spot, Chanda.
We're all superstitious at the end of the day.
They're going to have to change again. Who knows where they might end up sitting by the end of the match here. Still not on the board, and in some ways a little unlucky. She has been working hard. Even think back to game point, the first game, Coco, where Keys' backhand was going wide, hit the tape, landed in the court, and Keys hasn't looked back since. Oh, that's brilliant. Well played. Alina Gabriela Rousset, not an easy volley. Kept two hands on the racket, but just nudged it short in the court.
Ladies, seconds.
Chanda, is your Romanian any good?
Not nearly good enough. I mean, it was definitely a let. She's just got to be frustrated about what's going on tonight. Nothing is quite going her way. She's having to work very hard for every little bit she's getting. And yet, look at the scoreline. She is still not even on the board yet.
And that's really credit to Madison Keys and her game style and her ability to take the racket out of your hands as an opponent. It doesn't matter what kind of game style you have. Madison Keys is playing plan A until plan A is not going to work and she's walking to the locker room, and sometimes that's hard to stomach.
Oh, that is just too good. There's that aggressive second serve return position, Coco.
She's staying so low through that return. There's no pulling to the middle of the court, which I've seen Madison Keys do to try to get out of the way. You see she just stays low through it. The body weight doesn't move anywhere. If anything, it's going forward into the court.
Rousset is trying to slow things up. We've all been there against a big hitter where the match starts to go quicker and quicker. It's tough to get on the board, and it's imperative that she try to find a way to slow it up a bit and dig in here.
Just taking her time. You have to admire the attitude. 4-love down, but staying positive. Got a chance to get on the board here. She is indeed on the board. That's no less than Elena Gabriela Rousset deserves. Positive mindset. He's still 2 breaks ahead though, 4-1.
And in comparison, we've been talking about Madison Keys' return position, but let's take a look at Rousset's average return hit points, first serve versus second serve. We've been talking about the court conditions, how high the ball is bouncing. Madison Keys' second serve is a kick serve, so that's top spin. The ball is going to bounce up high over the shoulders. So Rousset is taking that on, stepping inside the baseline, trying to meet the ball before it gets too high, taking the ball on the rise. Right now it's not working too well for her because it's putting her out of position for the next ball, but I do agree with that decision making. I think that's a better choice than moving back and waiting for the ball to drop, in my opinion.
Madison Keys' best kick serve in the women's game?
Ooh, no, I've returned it. I'm gonna say Naomi's, I think Naomi's kick serve is pretty good. Muchova's kick serves up there too.
Top 3 then?
Top three, for sure.
I talked you into that.
Yeah, you did. I'm still picking my own brain to think if there's anyone else that I could name that actually has a kick serve.
Yeah, for those that don't know, a kick, a sort of top spin serve. A bit more sort of flight and trajectory, and it's going to jump to the right as opposed to a slice serve that would swing to the left from a right-hander. More common in the women's game for a sort of flatter or more of a slice second serve, isn't it?
Yes, and in the U.S. we would call that really good kick like Pete Sampras would have, or Andy Roddick, an American twist serve.
I thought that was a dance move.
Oh, well, you know better moves than I do, apparently, Colin.
That is not true. Good from Rousset. He's keeping the intensity high. 4-love was probably slightly unfair in terms of the balance of the match, but there's no doubt Keys has been on top.
Legend versus
There's one of the breaks back. All of a sudden, things looking a little better for Rousset. There's the coaching box courtside. New innovation on Rod Laver, Margaret Court, and John Cain arenas.
Thank you. Seat quickly, please, behind the players. Thank you.
And for the second year here at the Australian Open, we have freedom of movement in the stands. They don't have to wait for the change of ends. Settled down now, though.
15 minutes.
He was unlucky with injuries in 2024. She missed this tournament with the shoulder injury. She had to retire from her fourth-round match at Wimbledon against Jasmine Paolini, 5-all in the third, after injuring her hamstring. And even when she played at the US Open, I don't think she was 100% fit and healthy. The serve speeds were down and she was just doing what she could. Chandler, she's looking a little frustrated there, Madison Keys.
This is all about the fight from Rousset, and Madison, I think, is just a little bit rattled. It's thrown her off slightly, and her balls have flattened out. She's got to still get that spin and that little bit of margin that has worked so well for her the first 4 games of the match.
It's all about weathering the storm when you are playing Madison Keys and hoping that it does stop at some point. And Madison Keys finding a few more unforced errors off of her racket, just going a little bit too big. The adrenaline is still pumping.
This has been a great fight back from Elena Gabriela Rousset. Her attitude's been the key. America's still in front, 4-3 with a break. A little nod to her team. I have to say, a lot of players' heads would have gone down at 4-love, but she really has worked her way back into this.
It's been impressive, and she really has, just like I was just saying, weathered the storm. She's allowed Madison Keys to kind of play herself out of having the double break, and unfortunately that's the tough part. You're down the double break, so you're fighting hard, but it's just you're within inches.
It's gotten a little bit cooler out here. I had to break down and put my little jacket on here. I know I was fighting it, but I had to go to it. And you could see a little bit more of that breeze picking up on the side where Madison was, so that also maybe just carried her balls a little more long than she was hoping for, but she definitely needs a little more spin. I can see the trajectory has gotten flatter here.
Insight from Chandler Rubin courtside. And there we are inside the Margaret Court Arena. That magnificent setting for tennis on day 5 here at the Australian Open. Too good.
kick serve still really jumping for Madison. It's going to be how quickly she realizes that's become now the better serve for her in this match.
Yeah, that's sharp. That's a player that's been winning matches.
When you are on a winning streak, and I'm sure Chanda can attest, sometimes things, your go-to patterns just work that much cleaner, that much easier, that it's that much more clear. A great kick serve there from Madison Keys. Rousset doing a great job to get that return deep, but Madison Keys there to neutralize, then turn it into offense that quickly. That's what she's been doing so well this season in the first 2 lead-ups. That has really been the difference maker.
Yeah, Keys, the WTA Tour leader so far for match wins, having won a couple of matches in Auckland as well. Wins over Bronzetti and Christian there, before losing to Clara Tauson, her only defeat of the season. She's pegged back to juice here. This is just turning into a bit more of a battle than it looked for a while at 4-love, certainly.
That was a silly serve to me at that stage. It's deuce. You're fighting out this game. You got to go to your bread and butter, and that's a kick down the tee. Rousset has not been that competent in returning that kick serve. Don't serve yourself out of this.
Well. 4 games in a row for the qualifier, who is now right back in this opening set.
And that game, that's a blow for Madison Keys, having the game points after she missed the wild forehand on the first game point. She looked over at her team, at her coach, as if, looking for answers. And you wonder about the racket change, if it starts to kind of get into her mind in this kind of situation. Maybe it's not quite the best racket. It's not actually the case, but you just start to think crazy thoughts.
Hey, listen, we're superstitious at the end of the day. When things start to go awry, we're looking for the equipment. It's sometimes it's not the bow, it's the Indian that's shooting the bow, and it's hard for us as players to accept that.
And based on the stencil on the strings, there's no turning back now. I think she's signed on the dotted line. Like Rousset has adjusted to the speed of the match, the power of the Keys' ground shots in particular.
Yeah, it certainly helps, and like I've been saying earlier, weathering the storm, allowing Madison Keys to hit herself out of this match. There's very few players that can handle the pace of Madison Keys and stay in the rallies and also get the free points, but right now Rousset is firmly in this set, and Madison Keys is still producing air after air. That's a big ball right there, and Rousse's still trying to handle the shots, and yes, Madison Keys is still going to come up with the goods, but you got to realize which side is giving you the airs, and right now it's been the forehand of Madison Keys that's been producing the quick early airs. As much as you want to get into the backhand wing of Keys, you still have to realize the hand that's being dealt to you. It's mainly the first ball after serve. As that one was a backhand that went well wide, it's Madison Keys has been a bit late on the shot. So the out wide serves are going to work well. The rush through the middle are going to work well, because you are noticing that Madison Keys is not keeping up with tempo.
Well, the net guard gave her a bit of time there. That was a chance to close out this 9th game. Big point here. Well, there wasn't much on that second serve, and Madison Keys didn't need a second invitation to step in and take control.
That was middle of the box, second serve. Did a good job to defend off of that return, but again, the forehand is relentless from Madison Keys.
That's a much better second serve there. Faster, deeper in the box. And she closes out the game with an ace. This is really impressive from Rousset. And the world number 125 has won 5 games in a row here.
We're looking a little bit at Rousset's rally placement, as you can see, and a lot of players try to do, mainly trying to direct it into the backhand corner of Madison. It's 53% and 32. I'll still give that the edge into the backhand wing. Only 15% going to the forehand of Keys. And that has really been the key of just still sticking with the game plan. Don't weather the storm. Don't fade away just because Madison Keys is hot right now. Just keep with the game plan and trust it. And credit to Rousset for doing that after being down 4-love.
Just 10 minutes shy of 8 p.m. local time here on day 5 at the Australian Open. Madison Keys needs to snap the run of games against it.
during the changeover, Madison Keys went to a third racket. She put the other two into her bag. And as she was coming to serve, her coach Bjorn kind of pantomimed using more wrist on the serve. She's still searching, but maybe if she can settle in this game, that'll go a long way.
Ladies, first.
Oh, that is very impressive. Changing direction, timing the ball.
Rousset couldn't have played that point any better. Madison Keys really pressing to find her forehand, just mistiming this overhead. And that's probably the hardest thing to get used to when you come to a stadium court for Rousset is finding the ball on an overhead, going and seeing it in the sky. Keys' turn to let a high ball drop and miss this time. Is that just a different sort of perspective or backdrop of playing in a big arena like this? Oh, definitely, and depth perception. I think it's very difficult, and probably the most difficult things. I remember even when I was solidified in top 10, Pat Cash, my coach at the time, he would always say, take extra overheads in the stadium to get your eye in, and that was always still very important. Half a chance there to peg Keys back to deuce, not to beat. So the run of games for Rousset ends at 5, and we're locked at 5 games all here. Of input there from her coach, Bjorn Fratangelo. Got a few things to work out, that's for sure. Two or three times the backhand down the line's been untouchable. In fact, 5 of Keys' 11 winners have been off her backhand. And Rousset might regret giving her another backhand there. Chanda, that backhand's really flying off the racket, isn't it?
It is, and she's not hitting it hard. She's giving herself actually a little more margin, and it's still a terrific shot. So maybe that also helps to settle Keys down, where she knows she doesn't have to overplay the early stages of a point.
Something about the Grand Slams for Rousset. She finished 2024 playing 3 $125,000 events. It was 2 second rounds and a first round. But qualifying here just as she did at the US Open and in New York, she made the third round. She's playing at a much higher level than 125 in the world here.
And there's something that happens when you are down the way Rousset was down, and it just seemed like nothing was going right. All of a sudden, she hangs in there. She's able to turn things around. You've weathered the worst of the storm, as Coco has been saying, and now you're even more relaxed, and she's playing it like it.
Well, there's some emotion from Madison Keys. Maybe just letting out some tension.
I think you have that exactly right. This has been a back and forth battle between these two. Madison Keys letting a big lead slip. There's many ways to relieve tension, and this has been the go-to for Madison.
Wild. Nowhere near the court with that backhand return. Rousset pumps the fist again, as do her team.
6 games to 5.
And once more, she's just a game away from nicking this opening set. So much belief in the way she's competing here. She's someone that was 4-love down, but you know, she never really sort of let the head go down, and incredible turnaround.
I think it's a bit of playing above your ranking, but also that Rousset hasn't been in these positions before. Like you said, making third round out of qualifying at the US Open just recently, former 51 in the world. So that's definitely stuff she can bank on, that she does have the feeling that I belong. This isn't that much of a threat, even though Madison is the 19th seed out here, has had a good run at a tournament the week before, so it's definitely all positives for the Rousset camp.
Go.
The lights are on as evening approaches night here in Melbourne. Just gone 8 p.m. local time, and for a second time, Keys serving to stay in this opening set.
There are some shots like that last one where you see Ruse getting her legs and her balance beautifully behind the ball, and it has made a huge difference. She started the match trying to do that, but she's caught up to the pace of Keys, and she's doing it more often.
Like a bit of a nervy error there. The tension is building on Keys. Reminder, American led 4-love in this opening set. Ruse now just 2 points away from winning it. That's a smart serve.
And a very good disguise there. Keys throwing it over her head, which means as a returner, you think you're going to see Keys kick the ball into your backhand, but that's what makes Keys such a good server, the disguise, being able to take any toss in any direction in that service box.
Oh, what a combination there. Producing some of her best stuff under real pressure. Madison Keys shows her quality to win 3 straight points. And it almost seems fitting that we're into a tiebreak here. This has been a real battle, this opening set.
Certainly not what we thought was going to happen when we came out here. Keys up 4-love quickly. Ruse working her way back into this match. It's really been a barn burner.
Just dragged it wide.
1-0, Keys. Keys.
Six points in a row now for Madison Keys. Maybe just starting to assert her authority on this. Oh, that's cruel on Ruse.
4-0, Keys.
Nothing she could do about the net cord.
Sometimes just better lucky than good.
Good and lucky, that's the best combo. The serve goes long. This is
5-0, Keys.
well, that's 8 points in a row. Rusey fought so hard. First of all, to get back in this set, then to nearly win it. She was just 2 points away. But it's on Keys' racket now. Was probably the easiest shot of the set so far. It didn't have to be anywhere near the sideline, did it?
Just in the court anywhere, but sometimes, Colin, when it rains, it pours out here.
I mean, Madison Keys was nearly on Rod Laver Arena. Just anywhere in the court. Took her eye off the ball. I mean, at 5-1, she was still up against it, but having missed that volley, she knew before it landed. Look at her face. 6-love, it's... That feels like game over now.
Feels like it probably is, Colin. I'm sorry. It's going to be hard to come back from 6-0 with Keys serving multiple times for the set.
Well, the run of points ends at 9 for Madison Keys from 5-6, 15, 30. As Coco says, though, the luxury of so many set points, still 5 to come here. Madison Keys, the 19th seed, survives a scare in the opening set here. She was 4-love up to go all the way to a breaker. In 58 minutes, she wins it 7-6. No surprise to see some real emotion from Madison Keys as she struck what was a 15th winner. Incredible fight from Rusey, who was hanging in, but she brought a lot of intensity and positivity. 16 unforced errors for Madison Keys. That was the root of a lot of her frustration. Just a few shots flying long on her in particular. 76% of first serves in is a good number, but would maybe like to be winning a few more of them. Just 61% of first serve points won, 40 on the second. The main stat that she'll be happy with, though, she's got the opening set, 7-6. Plenty of highlights in that opening set. Is the winning moment. He crunches the forehand, and we're feeling an awful lot better about things now. Looks like Elena Gabriela Rusey has left the court. Chanda, that was a tough one to take for the Romanian, that missed volley in particular.
Absolutely, and as she walked off the court, you could see she was fighting back emotion. It was visible, and Monica Niculescu shortly went out of the player's box as well. I mean, this is a tough moment. It's a gift and a curse. She fought her way all the way back. Rusey did, was 2 points from the set, and then really just collapsed in that tiebreak. So how do you take confidence, full confidence from it? And I think that's going to be the struggle for Ruse as she starts the second set. She's got a lot of work to do, but she was very much in this match, and she still is.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? You know, you and I and everyone in this Margaret Court Arena would say, you're right in this, you know, keep fighting. But as the player that's just lost a sore one in the tiebreak, it's easy to be thinking negatively.
It's easy to deflate, and you know, you had a prime opportunity. If she's looking at it that way against a top player, those opportunities don't come easily. And you know, you wonder what her belief level is. She talked about that at times in her career, not always believing in herself and struggling with that. So this is going to be another test in that department for her.
It's part of the coaching protocols now. With Ruse off the court, Keys allowed to approach her team, her coach and husband, Bjorn Fitzangelo, and they're just going to talk through things. There's a lot of good tennis from Madison Keys, there's no doubt about that. Maybe just a few adjustments required. Trying to cut out a few of the 16 unforced errors would be high on the agenda, you'd think. Angelo is always trying to encourage Keys to just have a little bit more patience, and as Chandler said during that opening set, keep a bit of shape on her ground shot. She has so much power, she doesn't need to go all out all the time. Ruse looks as if she's cleared her mind and is ready to go for set 2. It will be the world number 14, Madison Keys, to serve first.
If ever there was a time to go off court and do a hard reset, it was that moment for Ruse. So hopefully she can use that and get off to a good start. Returning first, maybe that helps where she can not serve right out of the gate. But it's worth mentioning, Colin, I still don't think Madison Keys played a great tiebreak. She still hasn't found that level we've been seeing in her. She still looks a bit unsettled. The forehand is still a little more off than she would like, so we'll see how she does here.
Early stages of this set, so important, of any set for that matter. Ruse did so well in the first set, but she won't want to go 4-love behind again, that's for sure. So a confident hold there. And Madison Keys keeping the momentum going off the back of the opening set. We're in the bottom half of the women's singles draw here. Top section. Winner of this match will play the winner of a match that's just not long started on the Kia Arena between the 10th seed Danielle Collins and the Australian qualifier Destiny Aeva. Potential Keys Collins third round will be pretty tasty.
Sure would. Aeva's been making some headway, some news headlines, wearing some old vintage, I guess we can say vintage Australian Open kits.
Nice. We like that.
Yeah.
Retro.
Somebody give her a sponsorship. She doesn't have to go through the archives.
You could go and sign. You could be her agent.
Oh,
Coco.
I'd ask for too much.
There's a potential 4th round meeting with, well, the winner of Rybakina or Yastremska. So this is a pretty tough section of the draw. Keys, Collins, Rybakina all vying for a spot in the quarterfinals. A lot of tennis to be played before we get there. They've played a bit of musical chairs again in the box. It looks like the team of Rousset. Monica Nicolescu is away from the court still. Kaylin Kyorbagiu, her coach, looking dialed in as ever. And that's not going to make them feel good. That return flies past Rousset. Really starting to build some momentum here at Madison Keys.
That's a tough serve placement from Rousset. That serve just not biting, taking the slice into the other side of the court, into the deuce court. It's always dangerous serving into the Keys forehand.
That's a better serve there, a second ace.
Just looks like to me that Keys is popping up on her forehand. She's not staying low through it. Now, Chanda, are the conditions picking up at all with the wind?
No, it's actually stayed pretty much the same. You still have that slight breeze, but I might could take my jacket off now, but I don't want to.
Chanda, we could set a hot cup of tea down there or something if you need it.
I would take that right about now.
Chanda loves her tea.
I do.
Like a slightly slower pace first serve and one that she might be regretting. Great strike there from Keys on the backhand down the line again. I think I'm all in on the shades actually from Rousset's coach now. You know, it's got that little bit darker. It's actually...
Come on, he's in the club.
Yeah, yeah. I'm feeling it.
I had to pony up and buy some shades here at AO.
It's another devastating return from Keys.
advantage, Russia.
You feel like this is a very pivotal game for Rousset. She's got to get out of it by all means possible.
Can't have been out by much, but the call came. It's a good hold of serve.
One game.
Both players getting some words from their teams. You saw Rousset there with her team, Madison as well, talking with Bjorn. Pivotal moments to try to take control of this second set, at least stay on serve.
It just looks like the racket head speed from Keys is just not really getting through the ball. She's kind of just guiding it a little bit. You know, when you are sailing balls long, you have to keep that racket head speed acceleration to get the top spin to bring it down. But it also looks like to me, Gina, that Rousset is doing a much better job at reading the Keys serve, making more returns in play.
Yeah, she seems more comfortable, even sometimes guessing slightly, playing the percentages. She's gotten enough data now to have a good sense. She's definitely less intimidated, and obviously from the first 4 games, things were going very quickly. Now that she's in the match, she just looks like she is a bit more settled. Even after losing the first set, it's been a nice reset for the Romanian.
Just timed that. Second serve. Just the 1 ace so far from Keys. Speaking to your point, Coco, Rousset getting a decent read on the first serve.
That's almost more annoying as a big server, is how many returns Rousset's getting back into play there. It's not to say that they're good returns as far as you're going on the defense. It's more to say that as a big server, you're expecting a lot more free points. You're expecting a lot of aces. And when that's not coming, you feel like you're not doing enough with the serves. And then in turn, that makes you feel like you have to press more, getting the serve closer to the line, or at least play your next ball a lot bigger. Rousset getting a break point here.
Continues to maintain that positive attitude. And she did so well to put that ball back into play. It's a poor forehand from Keys. Can't help but admire the approach from Rousset. She moves ahead 2-1 in this second set with a break. Well, a little bit of cloud cover, but still a very impressive Melbourne sunset. Got ourselves a real battle on our hands here. First of the evening session matches here on Margaret Courts Arena on day 5 of the Australian Open. Still to come on this court tonight, the 5th seed in the men's singles, Daniil Medvedev, against the qualifier in the USA, Aryna Tien. Very gifted left-hander.
Out.
15 over.
Pace doesn't seem to be worrying Rousset.
No, I mean, right now she is ready for the ball. I mean, that was a nice serve, but she came out of it. She got her legs down and behind the ball. I mean, she knows she has to do that, and so she's just accepting that challenge. I think Keys is struggling with that right now. Things aren't quite going her way.
I think that's been the biggest trouble for Keys in her game is there's no real plan B. You know, when things aren't going her way, as far as her shots aren't landing, the unforced error count starts to rise. She hasn't really figured out what is my next mode. What am I going to do next to be able to counteract these problems? Again, see, that's just too big of a forehand. That's just a good response from Rousset. That's okay, now time to reset. Let's maybe throw some more topspin on the ball. Let's get some heaviness to my shots, because Madison can throw a lot of heavy topspin on the ball. That ball can really start jumping out of the strike zone, but she just decides to go flatter, harder, deeper, closer to the line instead.
Rousset consolidates the break. He's becoming a real problem here for Madison Keys. Romania refusing to go away.
See Rousset still jumping around, just showing really good energy out there. Really good presence.
And you feel that as an opponent, don't you? The intensity.
You certainly do, and it's not like Madison won that first set super comfortably. As much as she had the early lead, 4-0 double break, she lost it. So she was going into that tiebreaker almost with a few cuts on her coming in and a little bit banged up. It's like a fighter that's taken a couple hard blows before winning the round. It doesn't feel good coming into the second set. And that's what Madison Keys is now dealing with. And that's credit to Rousset for still bouncing back, coming out with a puncher's chance out here, even though she lost the first set. Still relentlessly picking on that backhand wing, Rousset.
This is such a tough position for a big hitter like Keys to be in. I mean, she's got to figure out how to hang in rallies just a little longer without backing off of her shots. And that is a difficult balance right now when you're not feeling the ball as well.
Set up the backhand down the line that she likes, but couldn't find the execution that time. Well, what a moment this is. Rousset with a break point here for 4 games in a row in this second set. Well, that is a quality point for Madison Keys. Maybe just in the nick of time.
The intensity from Rousset just continues to hit you in the face, and every point, you know, she's fist pumped, you can see it, but it's in her face, it's in how she's moving and trying for every single ball. She's got another opportunity.
This is relentless quality and intensity from Elena Gabriela Rousset. And she's won 4 games in a row here in this second set. And she's got a double break advantage. This has been quite incredible, Coco. I mean, for 4-love in the first set, Rousset's been the better player, other than maybe a bit of a dodgy tiebreak.
This has just been a very air-ridden set for Keys. She just hasn't been able to feel comfortable out here. And it's almost crazier to say that she had a 4-love lead in the first, because it seemed like smooth sailing and everything was going her way. Maybe we'd be out of here in an hour 15, but now we're in the thick of it. And it's been all because Madison Keys has played her way out of this match by so many airs. It's just been something that she hasn't quite figured out, I think, throughout her whole career, of how to stop this kind of run. She's got to figure out a way to figure out, how do I get my game back into this? How do I find just more of a rally ball, but still stay aggressive? And that's something that I think she could find in heaviness with topspin, going to that sort of margins. But it keeps her aggressive, and everyone can think of, okay, Rafa Nadal, that heavy, aggressive topspin that we've seen off of his ball. Find it that way instead of just going flatter and harder and closer to the lines. But again, we got to credit Rousset. She stayed in this fight, has not felt like she's been out of it whatsoever.
I can't see what the serve numbers are for this second set, but from my vantage point, it looks like Rousset is serving better than Keys in this second set, and that's just not what you would have expected either.
Yeah, she's out-acing her. 2-1. 71% of first serves in from Rousset. And that very similar number is about a quarter of first serves unreturned.
What's the second serve points won? 33% for Madison Keys behind her second serve, where Rousset at 50%.
Here's another brilliant first serve. Coco Chanda, give us a feel. Rousset is ranked 125 in the world. What sort of level is she playing here tonight, though? It's not 125. Chanda, I'll come down to you first. What do you think?
I mean, I certainly think she's playing, 30 in the world type of tennis. And if she can play this way consistently over the course of the year, she should absolutely be at that ranking.
Certainly playing well above her ranking, her recent form, other than the US Open. Something about the Grand Slams. Coco, do you agree?
I definitely agree. I can't say otherwise.
You can't disagree with Chanda. It doesn't end well.
No. I know better. I've been with Chanda before.
I mean, look, the question is always, what can you do consistently? What can you recreate? And that's the measure of the ranking. But with the way she has played tonight, Rousset, she's had answers for a lot of problems. She's made adjustments. She's worked through things in the match. That's what top players do.
5 games in a row. Keys serving 1-5. Saw a picture of Keys' coach, Bjorn Fratangelo, there. He's looking a little shell-shocked. I don't think he necessarily expected this evening. Title in Adelaide for Keys, beating a host of top 10 and top 20 players. Raced into the 4-love lead. Just a little impatient there.
Yeah, it's tough. You play a tournament before and you think, oh, that's the success. I walk away with the trophy, but you're fatigued. You've worked really hard to gain that trophy, where everyone that took that week off is feeling fresh as a daisy out here.
It's the nature of tennis as well, the sport. You win a tournament and you barely get 5 minutes to celebrate. You know. Here she is again. Every time you're on the court, you've got to prove yourself.
And it's not like it's easy traveling around here in Australia. They're long flights, and as much as the tournament tries to keep the conditions the same, they're very different.
Yeah, Adelaide was fast, I believe.
And it's because of the temperature. It's always hot. It's always a little bit drier in Adelaide. Where here in Melbourne, you can get the humidity to come in, which makes the court bouncier. It makes the court stickier out here, so it doesn't feel as fast. It's very similar, as we can equate it to the States, as Indian Wells versus Miami. Indian Wells, very dry conditions. The ball travels through the air quicker, where in Miami, it's humidity out there. The ball feels heavier coming off of the racket.
Yeah, Key's actually a two-time winner in Adelaide. She got the title 2022 as well. 9 titles in total. Twice in Eastbourne on the grass courts in the south coast of England.
She needs a few more titles in Eastbourne for them to put a sign up like they did for Roger Federer and Halle.
Yeah. Rousset has just been relentless again. 40-15 for Keys on serve, and ends up back at juice, having to work hard for the game.
Advantage, Keys.
Well, that stops the rot at least for Keys.
Rousset leads 5 games.
Qualifier Rousset stays firmly in control of this second set. Playing in just her second main draw of the singles here at the Australian Open, the first coming in 2022. Rousset, she was a direct acceptance, ranked 72 in the world at that time. She actually beat Jasmine Paolini in the first round. Paolini was ranked 52 then. She's what a trajectory she's been on the last 12 months. Lost to Kudermetova in the second round, Rousset. It's been qualifying defeats in 2020, 23. Here she is as a qualifier in 2025 and playing very well in the second round. Disappointing end to the first set for Rousset. Here she is serving for the second at 5-2. Oh. No sign of any nerves serving for the set. Oh, not just yet. A couple of clean winners from Keys.
Maybe the first nervous shot we've seen from Rousset. That backhand just not quite hit the cleanest.
3 winners in a row, and this set isn't done yet.
Even though Madison Keys has been successful in this game of getting it back from 40 love back to deuce, it just seems still too redlined, in my opinion. Just far too flat, far too aggressive. It just doesn't feel sustainable. Chanda, do you feel like it's just stubbornness from Madison Keys, or do you think that there's just no plan B?
Aren't we all a bit stubborn?
I can speak for myself and say yes. Colin, I hear you a little bit too quiet over there.
As I said, you never disagree with Chanda. Qualifier, Elena Gabriela Rousset is playing well above the level that her ranking suggests. And she's taken us to a deciding set here on the Margaret Court Arena. It's no less than she deserves, Coco. She's putting in one of the best performances of her career here.
Yeah, she's really put it all together in this second set. The first serve percentage at 66, but what I love behind it, winning such a high percentage on the second serve points won. That's somewhere that Madison Keys usually is so aggressive and really puts you on the defensive. But look at the unforced error count on Madison Keys' racket. 16 unforced errors to Rousset. 5 unforced errors, and that's been the key difference overall.
We can look back on the second set highlights. Very disappointing end to the first set for Rousset. He took a break from the court, and that seemed to be a wise move. Able to reset. Winning 5 games in a row from 1-love down. Resistance from Keys at the end, but Rousset was not to be resisted. If you're just joining us here on the Margaret Court Arena, we are in women's second round singles action. The 19th seed and one of the form players in the women's game, Madison Keys, champion in Adelaide, in action against the qualifier, Elena Gabriela Rousset of Romania. We've got a real battle on our hands. Keys led 4-love in the first set before Rousset fought right back into it. And the Romanian, too good for Keys, who's fed up too many errors from her liking. Deep discussion there with her coach and husband, Bjorn Fratangelo. Got the pad in front of him with all the stats and the patterns of play, trying to break things down and make the difference here. Colin Fleming alongside Coco Vandeweghe, Chanda Rubin courtside, and Coco, you've been talking about it, you know, Keys needing to play with more margin, maybe just move the ball. Do you think that's what Bjorn will be saying to her now?
Hopefully. I hope so. It's whether or not Keys takes that to heart. And we know that Madison needs to cut down the unforced errors. It's just getting Keys into a position that she feels comfortable to make the shot selections that put her in a high percentage play. And I do want to credit Rousset. She has definitely been the aggressor out here, weathering the storm, handling the first ball, but getting a lot of balls into the backhand wing of Keys. And that's been really troublesome for right now, and it's definitely been a really good second set from Rousset.
Final set,
So ready to go for the deciding set here. Placing the third round on the line. Keys to serve first. Chanda, anything you're picking up courtside, maybe anything that Keys could do differently?
Well, you know, you asked the question about stubbornness, Coco, and I do think there is an element of stubbornness in terms of how Keys feels she should be able to play. You know, sometimes the way you feel you should play is not the actual way to play to get the win and to give yourself the best chance. And I think she's warring with that mindset a little bit. You can see Bjorn Frantangelo kind of talking maybe technical issues, but I think a lot of it is mental right now.
That's a very good point there, Chanda. Could, should, and want. That's definitely something that tennis players battle with constantly. Should I play a certain way? Do I want to play a certain way? It's all goes into how we just perform day in, day out.
It looked like the right shot, just couldn't quite find the execution.
And the way things look right now, the power and pace of Keys is playing into Rousse's game. And we would have never said that at the beginning of the match, but it has shifted considerably. And so that's where I think Keys needs to shift a bit. May not be her game, but try to get the ball more away from Rousset, more placement versus pace.
Oh. Well, that was a combination of pace and placement, that forehand finding the corner. For anyone that hasn't seen Rousset play, she's qualified here for her third straight Grand Slam, and at the US Open last year, she went on to reach the third round with a win over the world number 8 at the time, Barbora Krejcikova. Lost in that round of 32 match to Paula Badosa in a third set tiebreak. So there has been some suggestion that she has this in her.
Yeah, I would say she definitely has, and has proven it. It's just getting the ranking back up there, and that's always difficult after an injury and after time away from the game to get the reps, because yes, we may only see Rousset at Grand Slam level right now given her ranking. Most of the time she will be either on the Challenger Tour or playing qualifying and just kind of taking her lumps there. But if she continues this level and continues consistent results at tournaments, we will see her contending. I mean, definitely making round of 64 and 32 is definitely plausible with this game.
There's been all sorts of points. The intensity from Rousset has been off the charts. Just missing with that forehand.
And Chanda hitting the nail on the head right now that's one of the first times we've seen Keys go to a slice, changing up the pace, trying to stay within these points in these rallies by any means possible. Because like Chanda was mentioning, the pace of Keys is feeding into the Rousset game. So let's start using some slices. Let's start going into more of a dead neutral ball.
Oh. Maybe not the cleanest drive volley. Got the reward for stepping in and taking it out there. There's a bit of width that Coco and Chandler have been talking about, getting the ball out of the middle of the court. That was a wild return. She looked a little uncertain on what she was trying to do there. One thing that hasn't wavered in this match from Rousset, the qualifier, is her belief and her intensity. Even when she was 4-love down in the first set, there were fist pumps, there was plenty of energy.
And she keeps sending a message down to the other side of the court, and win or lose, she's giving herself the best chance to win this match, and that's all you want as a player.
Pattern in the second set, Keys held the opening game and then lost 5 games in a row, so it's important that American hold serve here, doesn't let that happen again.
I'd love to see a few more of those plays. We saw the first point of this game from Keys where she sliced and moved forward. I don't know that we had seen her do that since the early stages of the first set, but she is very comfortable up at the net. She has good hands, and it just adds another element that Rousset has to think about.
Yeah, just 9 times she's come to the net, Madison Keys, won 6 of them. For anyone seeing Keys play for the first time this season, they'll notice a new racket in her hand, change of manufacturer. And we heard from her coach, Bjorn Fratangelo, pre-match, talking of going to add a bit extra to her game. So it's a love hold. Keys being made to work very hard here. She's looking focused and moves ahead 2-1 in the third. Well, the colours popping once again as the sun sets on day 5 here at Melbourne Park. It's a recognisable scene. Melbourne Park and the Australian Open. View down to St Kilda and the beaches. And of course we swing round to see the centre of the city, the CBD, just a 10 or so minute walk away. First of 2 night matches here on Margaret Court Arena on day 5. 5th seed Daniil Medvedev up next against qualifier Aryna Tien of the United States. As for now, though, we're locked in a battle. Rousset serving 1-2, final set. She just will not go away. Just get the feeling that she's not going to give this to Madison Keys.
No, she certainly isn't, and this is how she has played the last set and a half. Really amping it up in that second set, but really kick-starting herself in that latter half of this first. Madison Keys is not getting the good strikes that she had dreamed of. And when she tries to lean in and drive the ball deep, they've been sailing long. Anytime she's gone into more of a passive state of just pushing the ball back, Rousset has been quick on the mark to step inside the baseline to start dictating. It honestly looks like Madison Keys just isn't even reading Rousset's serve anymore. Going to a chip forehand there. That's very uncharacteristic-like.
Couple of points in a row for Keys, and this fourth game just becoming slightly more complicated for Rousset. Another good first serve, and she levels us up at 2 games all here. Jan, I just wonder courtside, what sort of energy do you get from Madison Keys? We've talked about the intensity from Rousset, but Keys, is she looking confident? She looks a little nervous to me.
On some of the returns and setting up for the returns, she looks a little bit resigned. Definitely doesn't project that intensity that is important to returning well and trying to read the serve. And even that last return with Rousset losing 2 points in a row, you want to make that return. And her racket was on it, just wasn't quite focused on the right things there.
By contrast, the Romanian bundle of energy on the baseline, ready to return again. Sensing this could be her night.
And look, you have to say, I mean, what Keys is feeling may be something different, but what she's projecting was a bit of that resignation. And I think Ruse is feeding off of all of it.
Boy, is Ruse really stepping in on the second serve of Keys. She's really able to get some good shoulder turn, drive through the ball. Mainly been going cross court with it, but still catching Keys by surprise.
And umpire Marco Savage just for an announcement there, asking the crowd to stay quiet during the point. There's definitely some passionate Romanian supporters out there, and they're getting plenty to cheer.
And as they should be. They have the underdog to cheer through the finish line.
And what a moment we have on our hands here. The qualifier ranked 125 in the world with a chance to move a break ahead in this third set.
I'm a little confused as to why Keys keeps serving into the backhand of Ruse. She's been able to handle the spin a lot better on that wing, Ruse. I'd be sliding this out wide.
Oh my goodness, that was really nervy looking there from Keys, who's in real trouble now. Ruse moves ahead 3-2 in the third. Chandler mentioned that Keys almost looking a little resigned and negative here. That was a pretty negative couple of games. Almost like she's a little afraid here of what's happening.
Well, and, you know, to Coco's point in terms of the serve, you know, she's hitting these serves, really the same serve, and a lot of them are more in the middle of the box. They're not really, you know, she's not really hitting her targets where she can open up some court. And even if you know that return is going to come back, hit the spot you want to get the next reply, which in many cases is a forehand or something more in the middle of the court. So you're be looking to play more pattern tennis, and it just seems like Keys is struggling right now to think as clearly and as critically here.
Madison Keys on a 6-match win streak coming in to this second round match. Won the title in Adelaide in a stacked draw. She's right up against it now against Elena Gabriela Ruse, who's serving at 3-2 final set. These are the moments though, Coco. I think it's rare that you go deep in a Grand Slam without coming through some tough moments.
That's for sure. And who's going to come out on top? I can't say who's been through a tougher moment right now, whether it's Ruse battling back after being down love 4 in the first set, or if Madison Keys can pull this out.
Couldn't quite get the necessary topspin on the forehand. It's been a problem for Keys. 37 unforced errors now.
17-15.
It's another return, as Chanda spoke to in the previous Rousset service game. It was almost hopeful from Keys. Nothing hopeful about that one, though. Fresh impetus. Keys broke Rousset in her opening 2 service games. Coco mentioned it. She took a 4-love lead in the first set. She hasn't broken the Romanian since. Is this her moment to get back into this set? That's too good. It's been a real shining light in a tough evening for Madison Keys. That backhand down the line. Plenty more tactical input from her coach and husband Bjorn Fratangelo, but Coco just feels like the backhand down the line has to be a shot she should look for as often as possible.
Yes, and it has worked, it hasn't worked, so it's hard to back any sort of rally ball from Keys, but Rousset just playing into that wing a couple too many times. It's hard because you become predictable knowing that you want to play into the Keys backhand. It's her weaker wing. You don't want to have her seeing too many forehands, but then again, when she's getting hot, you have to change something. I do like that serve placement from Keys, a little bit more body with that kick serve. Rousset has been all over that second serve if she's getting it out wide to the backhand. A lot smarter serve placement there.
Well, forward she comes. Just the 10th time tonight. And gets the job done. Feels like the kind of play she needs to be brave enough to execute a little more often.
This is the first time I've seen Keys stride a bit more around the court. Just the last game and a half now looks a little more positive, as she should. She's made some nice moves and she's got the momentum here.
The momentum certainly has swung again here on the Margaret Court Arena. And the 19th seed moves ahead for now in this final set. Bit of an epic, and it's still very hard to tell which way it's going. Wouldn't like to put too much money on it, that's for sure. Keys just trying to keep it together, trying to find a way through this significant challenge.
Time.
Still plenty of action here at the Australian Open on day 5. And none more so than here on the Margaret Court Arena.
I'm just surprised Keys has not picked up on the tactic of getting served into her forehand to open up the backhand wing consistently.
Just Rousset's second main draw singles appearance here at the Australian Open. She made the second round in 2022. But she is a semi-finalist in the doubles here at Melbourne Park. 2023 alongside Marta Kostyuk, losing to eventual champions Krejcikova and Siniakova. Well, here comes a big point. As that backhand just flies wide. This is where the belief of the qualifiers really tested. All the hard work she's put in this evening, all the fight, all the positivity. It's about delivering from here on in. The belief has been unwavering.
But again, another serve out wide into the forehand of Keys. Anytime the chips have been down throughout this whole third set, it's constantly gone there.
Into the forehand again on the outside. Rousset levels us up. He's seeded 19 here, but ranked 14 in the world this week after her 9th title of her career in Adelaide. Oh, what a return.
18.
First serve of Madison Keys, usually such a weapon. Just one ace in this match so far. Oh, magnificent from Keys. Magnificent from both players. Giving this everything they've got.
Both of these players both know how important this moment is, how important the extra ball getting back is, and how hard they have to work to do it getting into this third set, 2 hours, 13 minutes in.
Madison Keys holds her nerve. She holds her serve. And after the break, the qualifier Rousset will serve to stay in it. Plenty of miles on the clock from Madison Keys with the title in Adelaide. 5 matches won there. Quick turnaround. Get across to Melbourne. On our first round in fairly quick fashion, but it's been a busy 9 or 10 days. I'll be thinking about that now, though. It's just trying to win one more game and get through this significant battle. Whatever happens tonight, Elena Gabriela Rousset has shown us what she is capable of. That won't change the fact that if she loses this game, it'll be bitterly disappointing. Serving to stay in the match now, all the pressure on the Romanian. Outstanding.
That might be one of the longer rallies of this match. And both players fighting for their lives out here. I'm noticing Keys is taking a little bit off of her ball, getting a little bit more spin, keeping the rally ball in play.
Second serve, took a risk, got the reward. walking that tightrope between making balls and going for big shots. Just fell foul of the balance there. Fault, the first of the match. What a moment. What a time for it. Keys gets a look at a second serve. And makes it count. While the foot fault is monitored on cameras along the baseline, I can only think that Rousset just a lapse in concentration, maybe the tension of the moment, just encroaching onto the baseline there in that first serve, and it cost her. She would have won the point. 30 all now. And 30 all becomes 30-40. How costly that foot fault could be.
Smartly, Rousset taking her time here, using every second of the shot clock. Facing match point after such a hard-fought third set.
She had it on a racket. Capable of hitting winners from anywhere. Maybe just came up and out of that forehand, Coco.
Yeah, I don't think Keys is going to get a better look at a forehand than that one right there. Just didn't stay low through the shot.
Tension continues on Margaret Court Arena. A better point in a bigger moment you could not wish to see. And it's the 19th seed, Madison Keys, who prevails. It looked several times like they both had it, but ultimately the American, look at the emotion. Look at the passion. That's what it means. And she's got a second chance now for a spot in the third round. Can you believe it? What an effort from Elena Gabriela Rousset. Her hopes hanging by a thread. She has dug this forehand over the net somehow.
That was a heck of a backhand down the line from Madison Keys, but my goodness, this match just has so many more twists and turns left.
Drifted wide, the side spin, taking it out of the court.
Advantage, Rusev.
It's another foot fault. Just got to be the tension of the moment, just edging onto that baseline. But the return goes wide, and that is one of the toughest holds of serve you will see in this tournament. The world number 125 just refuses to go away. Look at her, pumps the chest. Talk about fight. Talk about competitiveness. And what will that do to the psyche of Madison Keys, serving now at 5-all?
We have to expect utmost professionalism in this service game from Keys. She's going to go through this game as methodically as she can.
Keys must have thought she'd won it in that second match point when she hit that backhand down the line. You know, your emotions change, even shot to shot. And when she made contact and saw the ball, she thought, this is mine, surely.
I thought that first backhand down the line was it, let alone the second one she had lined up.
Yeah. Can't afford to dwell on those thoughts. The only point that matters is the next one. I haven't seen many forehands in this time like that from Russet. That's a quality game for Madison Keys. Sticking to the task. And once more, after the break, Russet is going to have to serve to stay in this match. Well, those pictures tell the story. Russet is 5'8" tall, but she's stood significantly taller than that at times tonight. Great pictures. And she's going to have to dig deep once again here. Serving at 5-6, a potential final set tiebreak awaits. Here we go. Last time Russet served, we went 8 minutes plus. An epic game. And she's going to serve to stay it, and again here.
Chanda, how are the vibes down there on court for both of these players?
I mean, they're in it, both of them, and at times the quality has just been so good, and this is what we were hoping for at certain times in this match, but they both look positive, and it's just about who can execute down the stretch.
Oh, what a serve from Rousset. Second serve. Down love 15, taking it on, going slice T. Keys thinks it's out. She's still arguing the call. Again, electronic line calling, you just have to move on.
It did look sort of half on, half off. Every time Rousset has had an opportunity to go away, she's responded. Can't find the second serve this time, though. Changed it up, went out wide, and missed by some margin. So having saved match points at 4-5, Rousset faces two more here. The win streak continues for Madison Keys. The Adelaide champion makes it 7 in a row, but this was far from straightforward. All credit to Elena Gabriela Rousset, who made this a real contest. Ultimately, though, it's the 19th seed who prevails. 7-5 in the third.
In a battle it was, Colin. It was both back and forth, but I want to give the utmost credit to Rousset, coming back from 4-love down in the first set, losing that first set, battling for that second, and in the dogfight for the third. Boy, did she really show some heart out there.
And look at her coach and husband, Bjorn Fritangel. He looks like he's been through the ringer. No wonder he puffs out a sigh of relief. The emotion from Madison Keys as she moves into round 3. I think it's a mix of joy but also relief. Rousset pushed her all the way tonight. She won't be ranked 125 for long if she plays like that. She'll be back inside that top 100 and beyond, where she belongs. But it's Madison Keys who moves on. Great reception there for Rousset, rightly so. She'll be hurting right now. So many positives for her to take. There's the celebration for Madison Keys, and I'm happy to say she's going to be talking down on court now to Chanda Rubin.
Madison Keys, you have done it again. You're into another third round here at the Australian Open. But, but it was 2.5 hours of intense work. How are you feeling after that one?
I feel good, yeah. That was, not the prettiest tennis, and really had to gut it out, and I think she played a really high level, but yeah, cool.
Okay, so let's go through a little bit of what happened that we all enjoyed. You were up 4-love. She came back. She was playing unbelievable tennis. You win the first set. She comes back playing great. You get to the third. You start playing great down the stretch. She plays great, saving a couple of match points. How did you keep coming back to turn things back around in your favor?
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Makes one of us. But, you know, I really just kept having to dig deep and was really just fighting for every single point. I think she played really well, and I had to keep kind of adjusting what I was trying to do out here and kind of try to figure out what to do. I felt like, you know, I wasn't serving quite as well as I wanted to, or really dictating quite as much as I wanted to, so I felt like I kind of had to shift game plans and really just try to survive out here, and really happy that I was able to get that win.
Oh, you survived, you thrived. Now, last year, you weren't able to start the year here. You weren't able to play the Australian Open. This is such a special time of year for you. How has it felt this year, getting off to such a good start already with a tournament title under your belt and being able to be back out here on court? What's been the best thing about being back here this year?
I've always loved playing in Australia. It was the first semifinal I ever made in a slam, and I've always really done well here and had some amazing fans and always had some really great support. So I was so sad to miss it last year. So I'm so happy to be back and be in front of all of these amazing fans, and glad that I get to play another match out here.
Well, it's been great to have you back. Congratulations on a terrific win. Madison Keys into the third round of the Australian Open.
Pretty clear from that interview that Keys feels she could play better, but you know, not every match is perfect. And I think there's a lot to be taken from just gutsing it out and giving herself a chance to play again in the third round.
Yes, I think sarcasm was very high in that interview. Yes, you know, after a heat of battle like that, you don't always feel like you end up at your best, but like you said, Colin, gutting it out is what matters. Survive, move on. You're into the third round, and there could be worse things.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it was 2.5 hours. A real battle, an epic finish. Rusey certainly played her part. Here's the match summary. More winners for Keys, as you'd expect, but maybe a few more errors than she'd want.
Yes, definitely quite a few more errors than she would want, especially in that second set. They were just coming in tenfolds out there, but a good serving day. Really tried to problem solve out there. I think it's going to take some time for Keys to get her teeth into this tournament, because she is coming off of that quick turnaround from Adelaide. So I definitely think she will be improving as the rounds go on. She'll get time on the court. She'll be able to recover as best she can, but I think she would really like no more 2.5-hour matches.
That is for sure. So there's Madison Keys moving on to the third round. It's a stacked section of the draw, as we talked about. Rybakina's in there. She'll play Yastremska. Keys will await the winner of Collins and Aeva. They're currently on the Kia Arena. They're in a battle. Collins has got the first set in a tiebreak. I can tell you it's set point in the second for Aeva, though. So remains to be seen who'll come through that one. Madison Keys, though, she's done her bit. She's through to round 3. And that will be all from myself, Coco, and Chanda for now. There's still men's tennis to come on here. Medvedev Tien, so don't go anywhere.
And John Newcomb.
get ready for world-class tennis action.
For round 2 men's singles action, please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from the United States of America, Aryna Tien. And please welcome their opponent, Daniil Medvedev.
Well, I'm a huge fan of the way Daniil Medvedev goes around plying his craft. You never know what you might get from him, and I think many of us can relate to him because we all get emotional when we play this game, and we saw plenty of that in his previous match and plenty of it throughout the course of the 2024 season. But he's always honest and he always gives 100% effort every time he steps out onto the match court. He has been a runner-up at this event on 3 occasions, yet to get his hands on that Norman Brooks Cup. And tonight he's up against a youngster who is a sagacious player. He's a lefty. He's won a lot of matches in the 2024 season, and his rise has been swift. And he's from that hotbed of talent in Southern California. He's one of the best next-gen players out there. He made the finals, actually. Lost to João Fonseca just a couple of weeks ago. John Blom, an Aussie in the house.
All right, guys, just a couple of things. Towel boxes, you're wearing blue, so you take the blue one, and you're wearing red, so that's perfect. You take the red one. And we have a video review here. Not ups, foul shots. If someone touches the net and I miss it, you can request a review. Any questions? Heads or tails? Heads? Yeah, heads it is. So, okay, one photo this way, please. Thank you.
So I think we're locked and loaded. Men's singles second round action as Aryna Tien takes on Daniil Medvedev. Both have had to work awfully hard to get through their opening encounters, both winning in 5 sets. And you can see for a second there, I thought that leg might be strapped. It's actually compression short that's underneath his tennis playing shorts. My name is Robbie Koenig. Delighted to have Fitzy alongside me as always. And speaking of great Australians, Fitzy, it's always nice to have you in the house. And I guess perhaps your first chance to have a close-up look at Aryna.
It is, Robbie. Nice to be with you again. Always a pleasure. Look, I haven't seen him much, Aryna. I know he's talented. I know he flicks the ball around. A lot of people talk about the way he plays. I've heard someone compare his style, not his results yet by a long way, but his style to a #1 player from Chile a few years ago.
Yeah, Marcelo Rios.
Yeah, and that's a big comparison, so let's not get carried away with that too soon. He did reach #1 in the world, Marcelo, for a short time, but he's that style of player. Flicks the ball around, has a lot of talent.
3 minutes.
Yeah, good
Sweet timing.
Yeah, good hit on the shoulders as well, like the guy that he faces tonight. He's currently ranked 5 in the world, and of course didn't win a tournament last year, did Medvedev. And of course it's been a busy off-season for him. He's welcomed a new family member into the fray.
Yeah.
Another girl to go with Elisa, and of course this big congrats to his wife Daria and to Daniil on a second daughter. And of course he's been busy here at the Australian Open. This will be the 4th match in a row. Excuse me, he's played, 4 matches in a row that have all gone to 5 sets. And he'll be hoping that tonight's a little easier than the previous 4 matches he's played here.
Yeah, you're including the 3 from last year, aren't you? The 2 wins in the quarters, the semis, and then the loss in the final from 2 sets to love up. So Then he started off this year with a 5-setter. It's almost like it's a deliberate action. But he certainly has, and certainly spent a lot of time on the courts here at Melbourne Park over the last few years, hasn't he? I hope he wins this one day, Robbie. Yeah. I really do. I mean, I genuinely feel like he deserves to win one. A bit like Andy Murray years ago, lost in the final 5 times. Daniil has already been a losing finalist 3 times.
Yeah, it's been the coolest day so far, and the weather is set fair. It's a nice 18 degrees Celsius. It's not too hot. Probably not too dissimilar to the weather you get in Southern California. It's idyllic where he is from. One of 3 American qualifiers, alongside Boyer and Mitch Kruger.
One minute.
So of course Aryna Tien is very much new to the big time, and he's excelled at the futures level, he's excelled at the challenger level, and now making his way here at the major level, and that's the one that counts the most. Because week in and week out, you want to establish yourself at the tour level, but
30 seconds,
you want to light up
ladies and gentlemen,
the headlines. It's here where you've got to do it. You get a chance to do it 4 times a year as a tennis player, 4 of the biggest annual sporting events in the world. And this guy's come through qualifying, so he's earned his place in the draw. And I think you always walk a little taller in the locker room when that's the case. Beats Gregor Barret in the first round of qualies. Oh, so close to losing that one, and then ran away with it in the end. So he's been perilously close to going out in the first round of qualies. He gets a chance to play Medvedev. Well, it's probably a good chance to go down to Aryna Tien's coach, Eric Diaz. Eric, Robbie Koenig up here. And first of all, congrats on all the success last year. How has his ranking improved so dramatically? What's been the key to it, Eric?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me. Well, I think winning has been kind of the key. So he started over the summer with the 15Ks, and like you kind of mentioned a second ago, you know, he went on a 28-match win streak during that, and then had some success at Challengers, picked up 3 titles there, and, you know, been doing well.
And tactically, what have you given him tonight as he takes on a player of the ilk of Medvedev?
Well, you know, Medvedev is such a tough out, as everybody knows. You know, he's been in the final twice, up 2 sets, so incredibly close to taking the titles here. So we'll see how the young gun holds up.
Well, we can't wait to see how this one shakes out. Thanks for chatting with us, Eric, and all the best to your charge tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Let's get it on. Medvedev against Tien for a place in the 3rd round. Of course, Eric comes from rich coaching stock. It's very much in the DNA. His dad was a standout coach at the University of Georgia, the Bulldogs, for many, many years. Cain on the left, my good friend.
Yep. Proud to call Cain a friend. Good to have him back in Australia. It's been a couple of years. A good, very good player in his own right on the left there.
Yeah,
he's a big boy, Cain. In his time, he was one of the tallest, wasn't he?
Yep.
These days, I'm not so sure if he'd hold that mantle. They seem to be getting bigger.
And that was Eric just to his right.
Yeah.
That's who we
to his left, to our right of where.
Oh, looking at the
yep,
screen.
Yep.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Do you think we need to settle in, Robbie? Is it too early to suggest that? Because it looks like there's going to be a few of those.
Yeah, no kidding. One of Tien's greatest strengths is that he doesn't give away too many free points. You don't win 28 matches in a row from futures and through challenger level if you make unforced errors. 3 futures, 2 challengers, plus a semi-final in the 3rd challenger. That's what constituted that 28-match win streak from late in May till the middle of July.
That's the best way to get confidence in a rally like that. But what I'm really meaning is winning all those matches back to back. That will just boost your confidence immeasurably. And you start believing you can play against players of a higher ranking then.
Good start for the American, a confident start. Speaking of confident Americans, now's a good time to throw down to our good friend, Nick Monroe, who is courtside. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Robbie and Fitzy, thanks for having me, man. It's always fun to be on a call with you guys, and these guys have already, as you said, Fitzy, settled in this first game. And you know, you talk about confidence. You all have been talking about the amount of matches that Laver Tien has won. You know, when he walked on this court, I just felt a sense of confidence within him. And you know, I think a lot of that had to go to his preseason training. He was training in Carson, California, at the USTA facility with Taylor Fritz, Alex Mickelson, Marcos Giron, Zach Svida. So he had a lot of the top players there that he was training with throughout the preseason, and I think that's given, you know, that gives players confidence just doing that.
You know, it's massive in our sport, isn't it? If you can practice with guys that are better than you, and especially of that ilk. I mean, we know what a year Fritz had in 2024. It's a massive bonus. And I think part of the problem is with so many different academies that they have these days, that talent pool for me gets diluted too much. I think that was one of the great things about the Bollettieri Academy in the early days. It was the only one. Everybody went, everybody practiced, and greatness, I think, makes people even better. He got him while he was vulnerable. He was on his back.
It was quite humane, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's well cushioned there within the tile. So, Nick, I think getting all the guys together at Carson, one, you know, maybe 2 practice venues, Carson and Orlando, brilliant, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, going back to Eric Diaz, I mean, Eric Diaz has done a lot of work with Alex Mickelson and Laver Tien both. So Laver Tien, I think, is getting confidence from the... You know, I think Laver Tien's getting confidence from the amount of matches that Alex Mickelson is winning as well, right? So seeing your good buddy who you're used to training with day in and day out, and you start to feel like, hey, man, I can do this as well.
Yeah, we call this indirect wins. Well, I beat you in practice and you beat Fitzy, so therefore I can really beat Fitzy.
Well, you didn't need an indirect win to work that out.
I did. I did play Fitzy once, I must tell you, Nick. Final round of qualies at Wimbledon, and Fitzy was already in. He was top seed, and they were lucky losers, and irrespective of whether he won or lost to me, he was going to be in, and I thought he was going to throw me a bone, but you know how these tough old Aussies are, right?
Yeah, I mean, Fitzy, he's a champion, right? Champs don't want to just give things away. I mean, come on, Robbie. He's not going to just throw you a bone like that.
I mean, that was my chance to get into the main draw.
Throw a bone. That's That's a great old saying. Is that a South African one, or is it an Australian?
I think it's universal.
From Texas, baby.
Throw a bone.
Well, I haven't watched a lot of Lerner play in the last 2 years, 18 months. I watched him in the finals of the juniors at the US Open, him and Fonseca, and he was definitely a lot more underpowered. I'm liking what I'm seeing already, Fitzy. He lost to Fonseca in that US Open Junior Boys final, but his legs have got stronger.
He doesn't look rushed at all here. He looks quite relaxed and playing within himself. That's a good sign for me. Play at one pace and then accelerate out of nowhere.
Hey guys, and it's pretty cool down here. You know, we looked at the temperature, about 64 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's playing pretty slow. And I think that's why Lerner Tien just seems like he's well within his realm right now, and he's staying on that baseline. He doesn't look rushed at all.
Born in Irving, California, an area you know well, to Vietnamese parents was Lerner.
Just a couple of miles away from where my beautiful wife Jenny and I used to live.
Where was that?
Newport Beach, California. He's going to be tough to beat, isn't he? If not tonight, in the near future, I would think. He doesn't miss much. He's got good timing. You can see the ball coming off the middle of the racket, and he plays with ease.
Very clean technique. Understands his leftiness so well.
He's cagey, if nothing else. Medvedev, great anticipation there, but it was a mistake from the young American here.
Should he have let that one bounce, perhaps? I mean, Medvedev's guessed twice.
Well, he needed peripheral vision there, Robbie, didn't he, to hit that. Before he hit that volley, Medvedev was already 2 or 3 steps on his way. He needed to be able to change mid-stroke.
Oh, that is so clever. He stepped wider to hit the serve. And I thought for sure he was going to go with the curveball out wide. Did the exact opposite. And some nice pace on it too, 186 Ks.
Medvedev is. You know, it seems like Lerner is making most of the plays here. Medvedev hasn't been noticed much, and yet he's at break point.
At game points that Medvedev gets twice on could prove crucial. He's off to a flyer, 2-1 first set.
Time.
What an entertaining start. Already had a couple of lengthy exchanges. Both players moving the ball around the court magnificently. Gilles Savara, and in the front there, of course, Gilles Simon, who is now co-coaching with Savara. I think it was, pretty sure it was this court where Gilles Simon played an epic match against Novak. I remember commentating on it. Djokovic beat him in 5 sets. But on the way to the victory, Novak made 104 errors. Gilles Simon could do that to you, drive you delirious. That's Eric Hernandez, front right, strength and conditioning coach of Daniil. The team has been pretty much unchanged until Gilles Simon came on board.
Takes that backhand early. Very simple with the way he hits the ball. It seems like his margin for error is great because of his technical simplicity. Knows where his racket face is, doesn't he, Lerner? Medvedev is a wonderful player. I mean, I thought Lerner Tien there deserved almost to win that point after accelerating on the backhand here. He changed the pace of the ball, and Medvedev with such control just keeps it in on the line, basically. Enjoyed that one.
Oh, that's a good sign right there. Medvedev finishing at the net with considerable aplomb. And Gilles Simon actually started what we thought was officially a year ago, about 2024 February time. But we did find out midway through the season that he had actually started in the December before.
Ah, sneaky.
Yes.
Practicing behind closed doors, were they?
They were, and of course he enjoyed a good run to the finals here last year, did Medvedev.
I think that's a great thing, you know. I'm sure they weren't practicing behind closed doors. I was just kidding, but do all the training when no one's watching. I love that. I reckon that's what Nick Munro would have done.
Yeah, you know what I'd like seeing from Daniil Medvedev, like what we just saw for him to close out that last service game was coming to the net. You know, in his previous match, he was 15 of 30 net points won, so only 50%, but coming in 30 times, that's a lot for Daniil Medvedev, and so that's what I think he's been wanting to improve with Gilles Simon and Gilles Savara. One thing I'm really liking from Laver Tien so far in this match is just really holding his ground, staying on that baseline. Medvedev tried to change up a little height with the forehand, but didn't affect Lerner. So we'll see if he stays on that baseline and keeps trying to attack. But we still like to see him come forward to the net just a little bit more.
What happened there, Nick? Did you catch the end of the conversation with John?
Yeah, Danny wanted to see a replay. He wanted to see a replay of that last shot to see if it caught the line.
He knows the technology would give him the answer.
Was hugely frustrated in his opening match against the Thai wildcard. Cassidy Samraj, who took him to 5 sets. Just couldn't get his game going. And eventually when he did, he was able to run away with it. But he took the scenic route. 5-setter it was. Tien winning his first match at a major in the main draw, of course, against Ugo Carabelli of Argentina. That was a lot longer, 6-4 in the 5th.
Yeah, we're talking about Lerner Tien going 5 sets like that. And again, he did his offseason at Carson with Rodney Marshall, one of the strength and conditioning coaches for Alex Michelsen. And Rodney was working with pretty much all the guys there. Michelsen, Tien, Svida. So he looks fit right now, Lerner Tien.
Once again, he's just looking at the line there. That shot, this one here, whoa, it's looking awfully close, using the full length of the court.
Oh, cat and mouse. Medvedev is at the top of the tree in that respect. Pretended he was going to hit a normal backhand and chops underneath it. Took a risk though, because that was a pretty good approach shot there. But the deft little touch across court, sneaky.
So we like it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's not easy to outmaneuver Medvedev. Sending him from east to west with the very best that he's got to offer.
Do you think the nature of the way Daniil plays hurts him at the back end of these majors? I mean, he plays a lot of long rallies, a lot of long points and matches. I mean, just that stat alone, the last 4 matches he's played at Melbourne Park, he's played 5 sets. Uses a lot of energy.
They both used a lot of energy in the opening 5 games, but Daniil has the break, 3-2. Player from California. Between California and Florida, so many great players have been produced in those 2 states. And given all the tragedy that's been going on in California over the last couple of days, we send our best wishes to all those that are struggling. And the entire tennis community is thinking of you, and we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. So many of our good friends live out that way. Look how well he measures this shot. I mean, it has to be that good. Anything shorter than that, Medvedev would have been all over it. Such a clean hit.
Yeah, Lerner Tien is just not giving up any ground behind this baseline. Even if he's having to take 1 or 2 steps back, he's looking to move back forward into the next shot. And Daniil Medvedev has been on the run here.
Certainly one of those players, isn't he? And a young player at that, to understand what risk and reward is. He doesn't overly risk when he's rallying, so that keeps his mistakes to a minimum. And then when he sees an opportunity to go harder at a ball, he does. So it's a good sign of an intellectual young player. Some players never understand what risk and reward is, and it holds them back.
Yep. That's awesome shot making. Almost immune to the pressure of the break points. I mean, look at the spread. Medvedev covering full width of the court. Easy power.
It looked like he deliberately took the speed off both of those backhands there. Maybe because he didn't want to take too much risk and hit the ball with more speed, which would lower his percentage. But I like the fact he snuck in quietly there, but Medvedev cagily made him play a tough volley.
because even though Laver Tien lost those last couple points, as you said, Fitzy, he's changing the speed, a little bit of slice. The backhand, he's hitting one flatter, then one a little bit slower. So trying to throw Daniil Medvedev off, but Medvedev is just, his ball tolerance is just so high. So we'll see if Laver Tien's going to try to get in a little bit more.
I mean, they've already played 16 rallies, over 9 shots.
Tell you one thing, he's an advanced 19-year-old. That age group, 19?
No, 19.
Yeah. Like bad to the bone, you know. Like these kids are these kids are good.
Yep.
There's a handful of them now. The new generation, the next generation. He's beyond his years, this young man. Well, I'm impressed. And even if he can't maintain this level for a long period of time, he's showing us signs here that he is a player of the future. Has his own style, his own strengths and weaknesses, obviously, but there's going to be a lot of strengths here. Nick, I just wonder if the pace of Medvedev's ball suits Laver Tien, though, down to the ground.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, look, Medvedev hasn't been able to get it out of the strike zone of Laver Tien, and it's because he's been so close to that baseline. He's almost daring Medvedev to go for a little bit more, and that's why he's taking it early, moving Medvedev further behind the court. As you can see there, he's pushing Medvedev around.
Oh, heck of a smash. Seriously good smash. That was not easy.
He's got some great skills, this guy. And he leads 4-3 in the first set. Wow. I mean, what a great all-round game. Just give us a good idea of the patterns of play that the guys are using, how much risk they're wanting to assume. Nice injection of pace there, 140, and it's more spin. 4-way forward is a good one. He's not scared to go after the smash, and as soon as he hits a forehand, he knows it's going to be effective, so he's looking to come in. And already, the net points 1 is 5 of 8. And he hasn't been deterred when he's lost 1 or 2.
Time.
There's no question that Laver Tien has been well coached, and Always important to recognize those who perhaps came a little early on in his career. I know my good friend Christian Groh, who is based in San Diego, has done a lot of work with him as well in the earlier days. They still stay in touch a lot. Chris, of course, a wealth of knowledge. He's helped develop so many players. Brandon Nakashima was with him for a long time, as was Taylor Fritz. Marcus Giron's often tapped his tennis intelligence. And of course, he traveled with Tommy Haas for so many years, did Chris, so he knows what the pinnacle of the sport looks like. He understands the work that's required. The German, of course, so you can imagine the discipline every time you take to the court with him. He's tough. I like it. On a laundry line. Can get into some pretty awesome serving grooves.
Yeah, guys, it's amazing. Aryna Tien hits a great shot, and he almost wants to kind of celebrate it a little bit, but then this guy's up to serve so quickly, and he just gets right back on top of you.
Juice.
I'm sure Aryna Tien has his attention here. This is perilously close. He's going down in the first set. He's got some work to do here. I think what Lerner probably doesn't have at this stage, though, is the ability to accumulate some free points at big times with this first serve. It's like gold for Medvedev. He uses the lines well. That's a sign of a player who's got great control over his racket face, isn't it? I mean, he can just redirect down both lines, backhand and forehand. Good control, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, amazing control. And again, just the body weight. The body weight's always moving forward into the shot. He's staying low throughout all the balls when he's that close to the baseline. So impressive.
of this world. 32 mesmerizing shots.
Advantage, Tien.
Well, he just anticipated there. I thought he was gone because the drop shot wasn't really good enough. And Medvedev made a mistake, as happened to him, or as he caused a few games ago when he anticipated an approach shot. So, a difficult moment. It's keeping him in it right now. The first serve.
And I remember that serve so well during the 2023 season, Fitzy, when he was just sweeping all before him.
Thanks.
Daniil Medvedev has been having to work so hard out here. There's a little bit of sweat on the Melbourne sign. Just wanting the ball boy to wipe it off.
That sweat wasn't from a bird, was it, Nick?
Haven't seen that many above us.
You might need a hat down there, mate, on the side of the court.
That is beyond special.
Yeah. He's playing beyond his years, isn't he? Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's just playing normal.
He's this good. I mean, you don't win 3 futures in a row, 2 challenges after that. Make a semi-final in the 3rd one unless you're a proper player. It's relentless, intelligent tennis. And I'm talking about Tien, not Medvedev.
Well, there's a couple of things I'm wondering about. One is whether Daniil is a little bit sluggish here. I don't know whether he is. He's a bit confused right now, I know that. And also whether he would prefer to play someone who hits the ball heavier and harder so he can use the speed more. There's not a lot of speed coming at him, I don't think. And look, it's harder to tell from up here, Nick, but I'll be interested in your thoughts maybe after this point as to whether the speed of Tien is actually not giving Medvedev the chance to rebound
to
fast.
redirect,
From,
Yeah, I mean, look, as we said before, when the match started, it's about 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so the ball's moving pretty slow through the court, right? It's a bit slower. Learner Tien's just able to redirect, and Medvedev can't find any winners.
But he's having to generate a bit more of his own pace, it seems.
Yes, you're correct. He is having to generate a bit of his own pace, and that's what Learner Tien is making him do, right? He's using some backhand slice. He's changing up the flat backhand as well, just not putting pace on it, making Medvedev try to hit a few more big shots, and Learner Tien's just so quick around the court right now. I mean, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. This is just not affecting Learner Tien. I mean, he absolutely does not mind this at all. You feel like he could go 4 or 5 hours if he needs to.
Well, he hasn't had much experience of that length, has he, Nick? We'll certainly find out if Medvedev knuckles down early in the 2nd set.
He's got 3 set points. That was a decorative set of tennis. A masterclass in all-court maneuvering. 6-3 Tien. Posting some pretty impressive numbers. Perhaps the most impressive is winning 80% of the points behind his second serve. He's been more effective behind his second than he has his first. You don't see that too often. And in stark contrast, Medvedev struggling to win any points behind his second serve. Wow, it's incredible. Just double checking the raw numbers there. Medvedev's only 1 of 11 behind his second delivery. Plenty of baseline rallies, plenty of long baseline rallies. We've already had 24 that have gone now 9+ shots. That's Tien that's dominating those longer rallies.
Time.
Well, that was a set of tennis that was very easy on the eye. And this guy was, I think it's fair to say, the major contributor to it being so easy on the eye. Because it's not often that you can say that somebody has outsmarted Medvedev, and he certainly did that. He was patient, he engaged him, he denied him rhythm, and then he just tapped his talent just when he needed to.
I think if the young fellow is going to win this, he's going to find out a lot about himself, because unless Medvedev is below par, if he steps it up here, one thing you can be guaranteed of, it's going to be a fairly long battle. And 19-year-olds haven't had a lot of experience at 4 hours plus tennis against a world-class player like this. We've got some interest ahead.
Yeah, you know, Lerner Tien, we talked about why he's beyond his years. You know, in the U.S., we have the 18 under nationals, and he won that tournament when he was 16. Then he won it again when he was 17. So that 18 under nationals, it's at Kalamazoo, Michigan, and it gives you a wild card in the U.S. Open. So he won it 2 years in a row at 16-year-old, 17-year-old. And then the third year, he didn't even play because he didn't need to. He had already won enough points in the challengers to get a wild card in the U.S. Open. So it's not easy to win 2 of those national championships in the States.
Beautiful. Carved that volley up.
13-15.
First game, second set.
So, straight back at it. Consultation with his camp towards the end of the opening set. Right after he got broken, there wasn't a lot of info forthcoming. I think both Gilles Simon and Gilles Savara perhaps a little surprised at how well Lerner was playing. So our win predictor still has Medvedev as the favourite to win.
Well, I think he has to be favourite to win from here. I think. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, the win predictor I sometimes have some confusion with, but if Medvedev wins this set, I wonder what it would go to, because it would swing even more heavily, I think, in his favour. He doesn't look like he's... well, he looks like a guy that's got off the plane, to me, sometimes here. And no disrespect to Lerner at the moment, but Daniil is... he's not at the peak of his powers right now.
But Fitzy, I'm going to argue that I don't think he's allowed to have been at the peak of his powers, because that's how good Tien has been himself.
No, I don't disagree with that. He's been awfully good, but I just feel like the movement of Daniil is not quite right. That's how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
But a heck of a shot there, but not for 1 second would I want to take away any of the credit for what's happened in this first set. It's been very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think the movement from Lerner Tien has just really affected Daniil Medvedev and what he wants to do on the court, right? Normally he's able to kind of out-rally you. His shot tolerance is just more than you. But so far, Lerner Tien's just been faster around the court, made more balls, used some short slice. He's really confusing Medvedev.
It's pretty clear what a great tennis IQ that this guy's got. We know that in that department, Medvedev is one of the best, but this guy's matching him and then some. I don't know about you, Fitzy, but I watch some of these young players play, and you just watch, and for me it's about the level. I look at the game and I try not to look too much at the stats, and I think, what am I seeing? What level is that? And when you've watched as many matches as we do, you get a very good idea of where that game is going to fit in. And certainly what I've seen in the opening hour here, I'm very impressed with Lerner. There's a reason why his rise has been so quick to the cusp of the top 100. I think if he starts to compete at tour level a little bit more, he's going to get so much more experience. It's going to test his game. It's going to make him grow as a player. Just get better.
And I would say, even though it's a bit unusual probably, this thought process, but he's playing a guy ranked 5 in the world, a guy that's been in this tournament's final 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
What a player Medvedev is. But strangely enough, it seems like Medvedev's game suits him.
Yeah, the matchup.
The matchup. It doesn't hit him off the court. Gives him time to use his clever play and to redirect the ball. That's a bit different. That's a heck of a shot. But Medvedev hasn't hurt him, has he?
You're right. I want to say it's Tien who's got more winners than Medvedev, yeah. He's just muscling him in that department. Not by much, but still is.
Keep in mind, I need to keep in mind, we're only 58 minutes into this.
Yeah.
If we reassess in an hour and 58, we'll have a lot better idea. Because if this young lad can maintain this level for another full hour, then you start thinking he can win this.
No, he played 3 hours and 56 minutes in the previous round to Tien.
But he wasn't playing down on Medvedev, was he?
No.
Consecutive errors there hurts him, doesn't it, out of nowhere, really.
I've just noticed that the backhands that he does miss tend to be in the net. He's going to take the net out of play because he does hit that shot pretty flat.
Yeah, Daniil Medvedev just had the ball girl grab 2 of his rackets from the sideline and give it to Jill Savara to get it restrung. So I think he's going to, seems like he probably wants to get it a little bit looser. You know, again, it's cool down here. The ball's not moving very fast, so I think he wants to get a little bit more pop on it.
He's done that a couple of times. And he's not realizing how quickly I think Tien's taking off for that open court, and he's there easily. And there's probably not enough on that backhand volley either, is there, Nick? I mean, he's got the ability to hit that harder, I think, too.
Seconds.
Yeah, you're right, Fitzy. I mean, how often do we talk about it when, you know, a player is so fast, like Lerner Tien? Sometimes you need to go behind that player, right? I mean, they're going to take off on the run as soon as they see the open court, and it's got to be absolutely perfect for Tien not to get that. And if you are going to go open court, maybe a drop volley to make him come forward. But Medvedev might need to go behind Tien a little bit more in those situations.
It's just mesmerizing and magnificent. 32 shots again, and the long rally goes the way of the young American. This is good stuff. 2-1. Just great length from both. Everything well over halfway, especially for Tien. Look at that. Back third of the court. He's just pummeling now. That one was a little short. Then come the change-ups. Nice depth of the slice. He uses the backhand slice so intelligently. Just when he's got him in trouble. Patient pounding. Well, we've witnessed some clean ball striking, top tier stuff. And he was down a break in the opening set, 3-1 was Tien. Didn't bat an eyelid, not one complaint to his coaching corner, just got on with the job at hand. Made one or two mistakes and then just corrected it. Made one or two mistakes in his last service game, especially for the backhand side, so let's keep an eye on that. Certainly was fine when he was returning. Just missed a couple of backhands in the net. Let's see how this service game unfolds.
Guys, from watching down here, just the change of pace that Aryna Tien's putting on the ball has been really good. But Daniil Medvedev, he's got to be careful. When he got broken there, he hit a ball in the backdrop about as hard as he could, about 10 feet from the ball girl. And that's the second time he's done that. And I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a warning yet, but he's got to be careful.
London. Out. 15-13.
Cain. That's a little careless. It's almost the junk ball. It's caused Tien problem there. And again, you wouldn't really know if he's won or lost that previous point. Okay. Only way I can affect the outcome of the match is to do my best on the next one.
I think an indication of his foot speed, Aryna Tien, is that he is so balanced. And he's got a very quick first step. He's a quick athlete, but he's so balanced when he gets to the ball. He doesn't look rushed too often, especially as a young player. He's in position well, isn't he? So he's got plenty of time to use his hands and direct the ball where he wants to.
So light on his feet.
Yeah, and good speed there too. When he had to, he lengthened the stride, didn't he?
Love 14.
Got there easily.
(15, 14).
Daniil has done well just to keep this rally alive, extending himself to his absolute limits with every fiber of his being.
Cain, Tien.
Couple of breaks in a row. Are back on serve.
Medvedev leads
3-2 second set. First set to Tien.
Finishes after 11:30 and prior to 1:30 a.m. Please check ptv.vic.gov.au for alternative transport options or ask a customer experience ambassador wearing yellow for more information.
Time.
Day 5 of 2025 Australian Open. And good evening and welcome from Melbourne Park. We're on the Margaret Arena. I think so many of the arenas here are so well sized. Got the centerpiece that is Rod Laver, and we've got about 8,500, 7,500 people here. Just the intimacy of this place is just perfect for entertaining tennis. 7,500 when we're
Love 15.
packed to the rafters here on the Margaret Court Arena.
Saw Pat Rafter today. He's in fine form, fine fettle, I would say, the great man. Isn't it strange in this sport of ours how sometimes it's super difficult to break serve and then all of a sudden there'll be 4 lost in a row, which may well happen here.
Mm-hmm. It could actually be 5 in a row if we had a break here. Nick, he missed a similar inside-out forehand earlier on in the game by a millimetre or 2. I just love the fact that it doesn't bother him. It's almost like he knows he's hit that shot as well as he possibly can, and it doesn't affect him because he knows the next time it's going to be better.
Yeah, he just looks so calm at all times, right? You never see him really get negative on himself. If he misses a shot, he said, you know what? I'm going to bring in my target. I learned my lesson, and I'll be right back to in a positive form.
His reset is so good.
Medvedev is starting to get very antsy down the other end.
Oh, you know, we talk about how he just, again, misses a shot and gets right back to reset. And his name is Lerner, and it's an interesting name. And he got it from his mother's profession. She was a math teacher. And he also has a sister, and her name is Justice, got it from her father's profession as an attorney. But Lerner learns his lessons and moves on.
Cunning and calculated. The lawyer and the mathematician.
When are you going to put that hard-covered book out? I want him to do it, Nick. I want him.
I'm going to buy it.
Yeah,
you got to let us know.
I'm going to buy it. Yeah.
Sell it in the States. Sell it everywhere.
You've got your first 2 customers right here. I'm a little concerned if he loses this serve, what might happen. I guess we don't need to say anything, and I've just broken the silence, but what a beautiful point that was. Had everything.
Oh, this kid's got game. He's got reflexes. He's got tennis intelligence.
Yeah, anticipation too, Robbie. Look.
World class. What a point to bring up another break point. Scandalous. Tien is redlining at the moment. He's up a set in the break.
Tien leads 4 games to 3. Revelation, unsportsmanlike conduct warning, Mr. Medvedev.
Well, he's got all the angles and answers at the moment. Medvedev's given it the full boomerang.
Well, the definition of that is that it might come back, and I guess at the end it did, but only via a ball boy. That anger was pent up. We could feel it coming, couldn't we?
You called it, Fitzy. You called it.
Yeah, guys, and he actually hit the camera at the back of the baseline on the single sideline when the point before. So actually 2 points in a row, he had a little frustration.
Nick, there's a lady sitting not far away from where that racket went over the side. The side boundary there, the side border, and it clicked up and went over the side. It could have easily hit her. That's instant default. That could have ended in disaster, that racket throw, because that only has to touch an official. And he wasn't too pleasant to a few of the people in the stands either, by the way, but he's got some pent-up anger, Daniil, and finds himself down a set and a break.
Yeah, if you're Leonard Tien, you just got to keep playing solid tennis, and that's why I mentioned it before. When Daniil Medvedev got broken, he had hit a ball in the backdrop, and just that pent-up energy and negative energy was creeping into his game.
Oh, these are 2 very loose points that he's played. Double faults and it missed backhand. Certainly Medvedev will calm down a lot quicker after 2 points like that. Play can win a point behind their second serve. It's unbelievable. Tien is 0 from 10 now on second serves in this set. Stay away from the seconds, just hit first. Hit them hard and accurately. Medvedev's not a whole lot better. He's also 0 from 10 because the 3 points.
30-14.
Well, it was the first 3 points there. He just lost his concentration, didn't he?
4 games all.
He's handed that back to Medvedev.
Yeah, it really looked like Lerner Tien just kind of lost his footwork. He stopped moving. You know, we've seen how fast he's been around the baseline throughout the course of this match, but it was almost like he was kind of just hoping Medvedev would kind of miss some shots and stop moving his feet.
Love. $30-15.
Well, this has turned quickly.
40-15.
A huge difference from when Daniil makes the first serve versus the second. Yeah, that was a Medvedev special right there. Back to his very best. Working the full dimensions of the court to take a 5-4 lead in the second. Well, why don't we take a quick look at the Daniil Medvedev frustration package. He's looking a bit more settled now, but he's been given the runaround. Boom! Didn't like that. Shouldn't be getting jerked around like I am. I'll get the full treatment. He is. His patience has been tested.
Yeah, and that's not the first camera he's had a crack at, is it, over the last couple of days?
So he wasn't too happy with the center strap camera. Well, he's navigated a frustrating period only just as Daniil Medvedev. Lerner was up a break, 4-3 in the second set. Played 2 poor points to try and extend his lead. He's down love 30 in no time. Hasn't got as much wriggle room now at 4-5.
Leonard's position. 15.
Got to be careful here, the youngsters, doesn't he? Just going a little bit awry in the last 3 games. Needs to be tight here, no errors.
It's well managed on his backhand side. Just every now and then he'll leak a couple of unforced errors off that backhand wing. Actually, in total, it's the backhand that's offered up more enforced errors for Lerner than the forehand. 15 for him. He's a skill merchant, this kid.
Yeah, fabulous comeback there in that point.
14-15.
He can take it any direction, can't he? Loves the line and sees an opening too.
I mean, it's incredible to think that in the long rallies he has dominated Medvedev. 26-14. That's 9+ shots. I mean, that is normally Medvedev's strength.
40-30.
Perhaps that the effect of the previous point, guys.
Yeah, a little bit of the previous point, but also with Lerner Tien's serve, he typically slices his serve. He doesn't have a lot of kick on it, not a lot of roll. So if he's not feeling his serve, that's when he hits some double faults, because there's not a lot of margin for error.
Cain, Tien. 5 games all.
It's been a good contest. I've enjoyed it. And for 90 minutes now, he's been going toe-to-toe with Daniil Medvedev.
Why are you looking over your shoulder at me?
Was I?
Gee, I thought he dropped off the pace there for a second. But no, this is impressive for a 19-year-old to maintain this.
Lovely.
You never know, he might just snatch the second set. Medvedev, look at that. That means he's losing a lot of points from the back of the court. 4 from 26 when he hits the second serve in. That's an indication the backcourt play of Lerner Tien has the better of him at the moment. There's another one.
He has embroidered this match with his class and his variety. Look at the shape of that shot. Cool as you like.
He's got presence. He's clear thinker, huh?
Guys, you talk about the variety of Lerner Tien. On that second serve, he was almost standing in the middle of the court, just almost wanting to bait Medvedev to go out wide with the second. So he's getting in the head of Medvedev.
Let's the surface. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's not start calling out during the point. Thank you.
It's the juggernaut that is Lerner Tien that just keeps plugging away. And he is breaking down Medvedev's door.
Time.
When it comes to tennis intelligence, Medvedev has been one of the very best over the last couple of years. Last year was a bit of a struggle for him, no doubt about that. Didn't win a title. But so far this evening, he has been outsmarted. He hasn't played poorly. Lerner Tien has just been that good. He's got a chance to serve for 2 sets to love lead.
La 15.
I don't know about you, Nick, but I like that play. Unfortunately, Daniil doesn't like to come in too much, but with that flat strike, Tien's margin for error is quite low on the backhand passing shot.
Yeah, Robbie, you're right. I mean, if he can come in to Lerner Tien's backhand, again, if somebody has a flat backhand on the pass, it's easier to volley, right? Because it's not going to dip at your feet. It's not going to have any shape to it. But Lerner Tien's got to be careful here. This is where he got in trouble when he was up a break a couple of games ago. Just got to keep his feet moving, keep the intensity.
Just doesn't get the 3 points from the first serve.
You know, at least he played 2 better points to open up his service game. Medvedev just played better than him. He didn't donate them. But, that's another good return.
Yeah, I was watching Jacob Mensik last night just serve out a set and then a match, and he just hit bombs.
Yep. That is such a luxury to have.
Well, it is. And it makes it more complicated, doesn't it, when you're not as tall. You can't bomb that serve as much, and you've got to fight for every point, as clever as he is.
Game, Medvedev. 6-game total, tiebreak.
Wow. That was the 8th break of serve that we've had in this set. 8th, yeah, you heard correctly. We had 3 in the opening stanza. You've got to remember, both these guys played 5 setters in the previous round. Tien was out there for almost 4 hours.
1-0. Cain.
Now we're seeing so many returns be put back in play again because of how cool it is out here. Again, 64 degrees Fahrenheit. The balls are pretty big right now, and that's why we're seeing so many returns being back in play.
Was that a tap out there from Medvedev?
He's not wrestling, Robbie.
Guys, I was watching Lerner Tien. It barely looked like he was even breathing. He was just enjoying that entire point. I mean, Medvedev was working so hard to try to keep Lerner Tien on a string, and he was so calm, was Tien, throughout that point. Impressive from a 19-year-old.
He certainly looks like he's working harder, doesn't he?
Yeah, Medvedev is, you know, when I'm watching both of these guys from up close, Medvedev is breathing harder, he's grunting louder. Lerner Tien's barely grunting at all, and just kind of, he's like, hey, I can hang in these rallies over 40 shots if I need to. So Medvedev's gonna have to try to get in because Lerner Tien's armor is available.
Cannot hit it any deeper.
Sure.
I mean, this is what you hope for. Both players playing well at the same time, using their full skill set. No way. Explain how that gets called now, if you're wondering about the electronic line calling.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if we've got a camera on that. Maybe not, or we do.
3-2. Tien.
So that's an electronic call.
No, it's not. Sorry.
It's not?
No. Somebody is watching, one of the officials is watching in a booth. They're watching that camera fits in. As soon as the football takes place, they press the button.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it, but
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. Ready for play. Thank you.
You can't challenge a foot fault call either.
Guys, so the players have the ability to challenge the calls when they're being made. Why, you know, why on the video board can't we see that foot fault like we saw on the screen here? You know, for Medvedev, I think it would give him a peace of mind if he could see it on the big screen out here.
I'm a bit lost with the conversation, but I mean, I understand you're frustrated.
He looks like a volcano, doesn't he? About to explode. Medvedev.
I mean, it would be so unfortunate if that is what decides the outcome of the second set tiebreak, given how good the quality of the tennis has been. Brutal gladiatorial combat disguised as a tennis match right now.
Respect both players. You can support who you like, but please respect both players.
Yeah, well said, John. Taking control of the situation immediately. Good officiating.
4. Tien.
Well, it was risky, changing that direction. There was a fine line there, and he rolled the dice.
Great tactical acumen. He's identified the forehand of Medvedev, and he gave him plenty to think about in that rally. 2 set points. It doesn't get better than that.
Second serve.
Aryna Tien takes a 2 sets to love lead against Daniil Medvedev. What a breaker.
Tien leads by 2 sets to love.
Well, it's an hour and 52, Robbie.
Almost exactly an hour ago, you said, let's see where we are. I mean, couldn't have played out any better.
Gee, he was clutch, wasn't he, the youngster? This is really a mature performance. Couldn't win, didn't have, I felt like saying at 5-4, time for a big serve.
Yep.
But it's not really there, and he has to battle from the back of the court, but how steady was he?
Such good decision making. That's what's impressed me so much, Fitzy. Depth on the ground strokes. Wonderful. Not a happy camper. Not a happy camper at all. It's not like he's played poorly. Just hasn't been allowed to settle. tell you what, this has been the youngsters' court, Fitzy, hasn't it?
Well, it has. Really has. It's a court of upsets, and the youngsters coming through from the next generation. Now, Fonseca defeated Rublev.
On Margaret Court Arena, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mensik defeated Ruud yesterday. Lerner's the third youngest player in the field. What might happen here?
Yeah.
Well, right now he looks like he's going to be hard to beat. I mean, 2 sets to love. Still a long way to go. And these 5-set matches, that's why they create drama. It's like Davis Cup going to 3 sets. You don't get the drama. It's not the same. This is where the drama is.
And of course, if Medvedev wants to win tonight, he's going to have to win a 5th 5-setter in a row. If we're talking about the Australian Open. Going back to last year, where he played 3 in a row. His first round this year was a 5-setter. The only way that he's going to win today is if he goes the distance.
I've got a secret weapon called Josh Cain. He's just sending me some information. He said over the past 3 years, Medvedev has dropped the first 2 sets at the AO on 4 occasions. But he's won 3 of those 4 matches. That's an indication of his resilience over a 5-set span. Which means the challenge is still ahead for this young fella.
I look at when I have a look at a player that's young like this, and I got to see him play at the US Open final. That was the last time I watched him going about his trade, and he has added so beautifully to his game. He's become a better athlete. He's using his leftiness even more intelligently. He's got a little pop now on the forehand that he didn't have back then. Scared to finish points off at the net. I think he's hitting his backhand slice a lot better.
Well, he can keep the ball in play for long periods of time. That's understood. And then he can generate pace quickly.
I love the way he varies it. The slow, flat backhand, and then suddenly can inject pace with the forehand, can't he?
And his accuracy, you know, I think it comes from his, or I believe it comes from his ability to get to the ball quickly.
30 seconds remaining.
So then he's got control. He goes down the line and opens up the court so well. That makes an opposition player, it spreads him and makes him run and do more work.
Oh, he's enjoying the tunes as well. I wonder if he's a Red Sox fan. They play this at the bottom of the 8th, every home game.
Fenway Park. Have you been there?
I haven't, have you?
Yes, I have. So the mighty Red Sox.
Well, plenty to ponder. A change of kit for Daniil. You know, this is also where, if you are in the coaching camp, you know, can you help your charge come up with solutions? Because he's certainly been looking for answers from them. For everything that he has thrown at Lerner, Lerner has thrown it back with interest.
30 seconds.
Now there's not a whole lot of room to maneuver with. Down 2-0 for Medvedev.
I was interested to see what Medvedev is going to try to change maybe in that first point and see if that's going to be an indication for the rest of the match. But the drop shot is something that's interesting, right? Because Lerner Tien's so close to the baseline, so it's not really going to affect him because he's going to get up to it quickly. And Robbie, you mentioned, you know, speaking with your coaches, Medvedev has been yelling at Gilles Simon, and Gilles Simon has just been saying allez, allez, hasn't really given him much input so far.
Yeah, their tennis intelligence will be tested.
Pretty big game, isn't it? The first one after a long break like that, just to re-establish your momentum.
Guys, and just one more thing. I think something that's been helping out Lerner Tien is his serve. You know, he only has 3 double faults. In his last round, he had 16 double faults in that match when he went 5 sets. So I think that helps him feel better about himself when he's serving better and not having those double faults. And so he's getting a better rhythm throughout his game.
Fitzy, you were asking this question a little earlier. There's your answer.
That is a mighty big swing. Because after the first set, Medvedev was still a solid favourite. Positive Lerner Tien can take from these drop shots from Medvedev is that he can realize that Medvedev thinks he's got to do something different to beat him. Lost a bit of confidence to play him with his normal game from the back of the court. Changing his game because he needs to. That's a bit of a bolt of confidence, I would have thought, for the younger player.
Game.
But I guess his challenge now is he's maintained the 2 hours, Robbie. Has to keep it going though to win this. If he drops off 5%, it can turn very quickly. Clever play. Did 2 things in a row that we didn't expect. I certainly didn't. He snuck in here, hadn't done this all match really, and then you think he's going to drill a volley deep, drops it short. Well, we're seeing a different style of play now, Nick. Anyway, though, he's trying to change up the attack, isn't he? Coming in a lot more, hitting drop volleys.
Yeah, you got to change the rhythm, right?
Yeah.
You know, Lerner Tien's been on the baseline dictating, so you know Medvedev saying, "Okay, I'm going to do something that's a bit out of my character, and see if that's going to affect you." You know, even if it doesn't work out, say some of the drop shots, you know, that Lerner Tien is getting up for, maybe that'll, you know, take the legs out of Lerner Tien a little bit. You know, have him come up and back as opposed to side to side. So you got to try something different and see what'll happen.
Catches the outside edge.
This one just licks the line. just been relentless. Relentless. He's up 2-1 in the third. Well, I've been so impressed from the ground stroking of Aryna Sabalenka, and he's coming here with a definitive plan, and he has given Medvedev a steady dart of forehands, hasn't he? He's really plugged away at that corner. It's the slightly weaker wing of Medvedev, and especially towards the tail end of that tiebreak, we saw that accentuated even further. That's where he's been getting most of his joy. He's happy to rally cross court with the backhand. He's been taking a lot of forehands down the line as well, but he keeps him just enough honest, doesn't he? With the 34% going down to the backhand wing. It's a perfect spread.
Time.
Well, certainly no harm done so far for the youngster in this set. He's still got his nose in front. Not a lot of wiggle room now for Medvedev, even though he has a mountain of experience.
Guys, again, you know what's so impressive for me with Aryna Tien is just every single ball has a purpose, right? And as a coach, when you're teaching players, no matter what level, you tell them, hey, if you're going to hit it high and heavy, have a purpose with it. If you're going to use a slice, look for the purpose with that shot. And for Aryna Tien, it's just so amazing to see at 19 years old how cool, calm, and collected he is, and with purpose.
Yeah, that's a great description, Nick. Purpose, every ball that gets struck. And I think that's what I was alluding to, is that because every shot has purpose, he can walk away from the previous point so easily because he knows he's done everything he possibly can.
Thank you.
Like, guys, for instance, on that shot right there, you know, on the second serve, he went further back so that he could hit the ball deep, and then he moved up in the court on the second ball to hit it flatter, to then get the short ball and use a drop shot. So every ball he moved up in the court on those three balls.
I think the tactic as well of taking away the wide second serve for Medvedev has been just bang on tactically.
Points have all of a sudden become much shorter. No longer the extended rallies here. It's got a lot to do with Medvedev's tactics, I think. Oh, good change up.
I'll tell you what, he's been more like Daniil McEnroe in the last couple of games. Coming in a lot.
Okay.
about where players get confidence from, and we were discussing earlier how Lerner Tien over the offseason was training with the California boys, Taylor Fritz, Mickelson, Marcos Giron. They all three won today. And I think that's given him some confidence here too.
Well, Nick, I'm not blaming you, but was that a little bit of a commentator's curse?
We'll see what happens here. So long ways to go.
Yeah. Never a good time, is there, for that?
Plenty of breaks of serve that have occurred. Yeah, there's the target again. He's hit that shot so well to Medvedev's forehand. Spin control is perfect. Court is much shorter because you're so far up it.
I just get the feeling Medvedev's getting a little more erratic with his ground strokes. He's starting to miss earlier in the rally. In fact, they both have, to be fair. But certainly the points are shorter. How telling will this game be?
Tell you what, that forehand's got some horsepower. Another meaty blow. 3-2 third. Sheer frustration because this guy has just had, he's had all the answers.
Time.
Oh, DJ's bringing out some vintage Aussie tunes after the midnight hour. Can't beat a little bit of John Farnham. just to accentuate how well Lerner has played in the opening 2 sets, I have never seen Medvedev change his game so dramatically like I have in the first 5 games of this set.
So do you think that is because he wants to change his game because he thinks he can't win the other way? Or do you think it's got something to do with the fact that he's just run out of a little bit of gas? The late flight to Australia, the emotion he's been through with his family, with a new young baby.
No,
What?
You're right. That would have to be a factor.
Because I know he quite often looks like this on a tennis court, but I just can't help thinking that there's got to be some tiredness there, and this young man has worn him down for nearly, 2 hours and 22 minutes. So he either thinks he can't win the way he normally plays, or he's a bit jaded, you would think. Can you believe this kid's 19?
That's Hogwarts stuff right there. Wizardry from the lefty. Tennis vernacular, we call that toying. Absolutely toyed with Medvedev there.
There's another sign though, Robbie. Desperation. Thinking he can't win if he plays normal.
Just 2 first serves.
Yeah, takes a risk.
Very good. Those tentacles of Medvedev coming in very handy. Medvedev covering almost 10% more than Tien.
Can't tell you how good that is. The change of direction is a very difficult thing to do. With that accuracy, within half a metre of that sideline. This comes well across court and he changes direction and controls it. Whoa. That's a bit of spice from Daniil. He's trying to keep the point shorter, surely.
Medvedev fans still harbour ambitions that he can get out of this jam that he's in. He's come back from two sets to love down on 4 occasions, and the last 2 were last year, right here. Against Zverev and Rusevori. Comeback from behind against Zverev was in the semis. The other 2 were at Wimbledon. And, excuse me, another one here, yes. Of course, at the Australian Open in 2022 against Felix in the quarters. So it's been a happy hunting ground for him as far as coming from behind is concerned.
The nature of 5 sets and the peaks and valleys and the comebacks are because momentum changes in 5 sets, and it can change often. But if you're down 2 sets to love and you win 1 set, bingo! All of a sudden you can win a second one very quickly. It changes rapidly. So he's not out of it. You'd be a brave man to suggest so. But he does look a tiny bit haggard here, I would think. But he's a master coming back. So much shorter, aren't they, than what we saw in the first 2 sets.
Mm-hmm. Believe it.
Well, I would have backed him there 9 out of 10 times he was going to make that. That's an easy shot for him in the end. It was just that there was tension. And he had Medvedev on the wrong side of the court. He would rarely miss that, I would think.
That's the kind of point that could affect a player's psyche.
Goodness me. Massive turnaround in a few points there.
Yeah, put an asterisk alongside both of those. Medvedev leads 4-3 with a break in the 3rd. Oh, we're just talking about the variety that Tien has. This is just a quick look at a second serve return hit point. You can see how early he takes it on the deuce side, cutting off the angle with his backhand. And that's what's been targeted most of the time by Medvedev. But on the left-hand side of your screen, what he's doing is he's running around that serve. And actually, a lot of those contact points are forehands. He's employing a completely different tactic from the ad side. He wants to get the forehand on that return, and more often than not, he has got it. He's hit the ball nice and deep and got himself back into play. But always giving Medvedev a different look. Variety has been a big part of his game this evening. Well, once again, stellar crowds for day 5, and we're not done yet. Made some good volleys in this set.
I've got to say though, Robbie, that one was off the throat. He got lucky on that one.
Yeah, he's made some good volleys, but he's getting super close to the net on pretty much every volley. He'll make one and then he'll just charge the net and hope it comes right to him. And as you said, Fitzy, that was right off the throat.
You and Fitzy sound like those guys who, when somebody hits a putt, and even if it goes in the side door, you go, ooh, so lucky. But they will always remind you that they're picking it out of the hole, Nick. Doesn't matter how it gets there.
Hey, you know, that's what you tell people. That's why you pay for the whole racket. These guys are getting them for free, but that's why you pay for the whole thing.
Exactly.
Why does my putt always tend to stay on the rim? Again.
If you weren't with us, we had that early stages of the second set tie break. Crucial foot fault. Notice that was the 6th point where it happened. Ended up being a tipping point in the second set tie break. Destroy that ball. He wants to hit it out the stadium. That was directed.
Yeah. We've got the ref, one of the supervisors sitting on the side there, and he's been taunting him for quite a while, and I think John Blom got the nod to give him a point penalty. And that hurts him a bit. 30 love now is a quick breakaway, isn't it?
Oh, it's such a bonus at 4-all to get the first point on serve, right?
He was just pushing and pushing and pushing, to see how far he could go, and then just totally accepted the point penalty when it happened. Well, what a quick turnaround this is. It could be the penultimate game.
There's Jake Garner. And he gave the fake, hit the ball in his direction. That's what cost him.
You'll get another one here in a minute if he's not careful, Daniil.
Down the line shots have been superb. And he's got Medvedev on the ropes now at 5-4 in the third.
While we take a break, let us inspire your next adventure. Fly us in comfort to London, Edinburgh, Athens or Rome, Paris or Dublin, and over 40 cities across Europe. But remember, it's not just the destination, it's also how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
It's been a change of ends where Daniil has just been staring into oblivion. So much going on, I guess, behind those eyes. Trying to find solutions to try and unpick the Laver Tien game. And so far, those solutions have been very hard to come by.
Thank you. Ready for play, please. Thank you.
He's serving to stay in this contest.
Let's.
This is pretty impressive field. Plenty of purchase on that one. Nice little 60-degree wedge coming into play there. An authoritative hold.
15-9.
Everything's dialed in, including his vision.
Yeah, what I love seeing from Lerner Tien is he's still just taking his 25 seconds in between points, not rushing. Obviously, such a big moment right now. Anyone could have a tendency to want to try to get it done, but he's taking his time. And Robbie, we had mentioned how that might be a good play coming into the backhand of Lerner Tien because it's so flat, but he takes it so early and he can put a lot of pace behind it as well. That's what makes it a good pass.
Just what the doctor ordered. Lerner, the speedy hold. 6-5 it is, third set, 2 sets to love.
Time.
Of course, this would be the biggest win of Lerner Tien's career. Sure to get the better of Daniil. With big wins come other big milestones. He would break the top 100 in the live rankings if he were to progress. He'd clock in at around number 97 in the world. Be through to the third round at a major for the first time, but still some work to be done.
Robbie, an absolute laser down the line. And Lerner Tien, throughout this match, he's been trying to get the crowd engaged. He's really embracing this moment. And I think that's really relaxing him as well.
He's been so accurate to that quadrant of the court. He's honed in on Medvedev's forehand so well. So much so that Daniil is trying to hit it backhand even from that forehand corner. Much prefer to hit it versus the forehand.
Robbie, one thing I noticed is Daniil Medvedev, these last 2 service games, has been taking more time in between points. Obviously knows how important these moments are. So he's taking his time, a few more deeper breaths.
Yeah. 2 impressive service games and serving to stay in the match. Now remember, 3-all in that second set tiebreaker. Medvedev got caught for a foot fault, and that proved the tipping point in the tiebreak. And it ended up being back-to-back serves, so it was a double fault in essence. You're always hoping that it's a moment of magic rather than a moment of madness like that that determines the outcome of such an important piece of the match. And Nick, I was thinking about it in the second set tiebreak. For me, the 2 shots that are going to determine the outcome of it are the backhand of Tien and the forehand of Medvedev. How well do they manage those 2 shots in this moment? He's made it.
Yeah, Laver Tien almost can't believe it because he got up to that drop shot so fast because, again, he's been up on that baseline. He had plenty of options, and Medvedev, once again, has just been reading where he's going off of those drop shot approaches.
It's a huge gamble, but it paid off. That lefty serve of Tien is almost getting Manarino-esque. It's got some serious slide on it. Show-stopping from the American.
Robbie, amazing watching Laver Tien just move side to side for those shots. There was no tension in his face throughout the course of every ball that he hit. He was so relaxed, almost had a smile on his face, just enjoying this moment and moving and playing such a top player. Incredibly impressive.
I don't know about you, Nick, but I always used to find that 3-2 point in a tie-break such a psychological one, because in my mind, if you won it and you were up 4-2, you had twice as many points as your opponent, versus changing ends at 3-all when suddenly it's even.
Yeah, absolutely, Robbie. And, you know, again, there now it's 2-4, and Medvedev forgot what the score was. You know, I think he's just so out of rhythm, Medvedev, that he literally forgot that they needed to change sides there. But Laver Tien is absolutely locked in.
He has been so good in the big moments. You know, Daniil is pretty good under pressure, but in the points that determine the outcome of games and matches, this guy has been way ahead. I guess it's reflective in the scoreline, right? Oh, he almost got out of the jam there.
I mean, the tentacles from Medvedev, unreal defense to keep that point alive. Asking the question one more time to Laver Tien, and he got the error.
The forehand to that specific area of the court has been so effective. Just let him down, and back-to-back points here in the tie break. Not this time. Not this time.
Yeah, there's the backhand pass we were talking about, that it might be flat, but it had so much pace on it, and he knew Medvedev was going to be that close to the net, so that's why he ran forward and was ready for the drop volley.
6-5 Medvedev.
Now, when he was playing his best tennis, that serve was devastating. Got him out of trouble so often. And it's brought up a set point for Daniil. Athletic, artistic, and authoritative.
6-all.
I mean, the entire geometry of the court was used in this point. Short slices, deep approach shot. I mean, Daniil Medvedev had a short slice in the court where he was literally in the middle of the court and backpedaled back to the baseline. I mean, these two guys are trying to take each other's legs from each other, but Laver Tien is trying to use this crowd right now.
And he missed 2 by an inch, maybe even less, just a couple of points to go, but just backs himself to make the adjustments. There's no fear, absolute trust.
Thank you.
I can tell you that Daniil has fought with every fiber of his redoubtable being to stem the flow of youthful aggression and artistry from this guy. But it might not be enough. Match point, Tien. Oh, just like that. It's snuffed out. Lucky number 13 for Medvedev as far as aces are concerned.
Medvedev.
Second set point. You gotta love it.
Pressure, what pressure, says Laver Tien. He's trying to say, I'm the biggest warrior out here. 8-all in the breaker. Big time stuff.
A moment of magic, perhaps, for Medvedev. Oh. It's just incredible, isn't it? This is what you want to see. Both guys playing well at the same time. Plenty of drama. So much on the line. Set point number 3. Medvedev digs deep.
7-6.
And the battle continues. He wins the third in a tiebreak and saves a match point along the way. Wowza. When we have a look at all these numbers here, and for as many balls as they were hitting to make just 16 and 19 unforced errors respectively is pretty impressive. But we need a barometer bar for mental toughness. And I tell you what, they would both be right near the top. Certainly in that tiebreak. That was brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. The simple pass a little earlier on off a volley from Medvedev. Wasn't going to do it twice in a row. I thought for a moment that it snuck over. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm just trying to get my breath back after the finish to that third set. Just brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Robbie. And, you know, on this change over here, both guys just trying to regroup. You know, watching Lerner Tien, he mixed up another electrolyte drink on his bench. Actually, now 2 of them. Got another one from the ball girl. And now Daniil Medvedev having a conversation with the umpire. I mean, it's all happening out here, but these 2 guys are just trying to take the legs out from under each other, and this crowd is in for a treat.
It's probably also worth mentioning that he's had a point penalty already as Medvedev. So he's walking on thin ice.
Time.
Medvedev saving a match point, serving at 6-7. Dropped his 13th ace.
Set. Seats, please. Thank you. Ready for play.
And the beauty of the scoring system of tennis means we're into a full set.
15.
Robbie, just one thing. I think it's actually a blessing in disguise for Lerner Tien that he doesn't have to serve first in this set after losing such a tough tiebreaker in the third. Just to kind of get his feet back under him in a return game. And if he loses this, that's okay. And then he would serve the next game. And just another thing worth noting with Medvedev, he's just really been taking so much more time in between serves now over the last 3 service games that he's had, and that's led to more first serves going in play.
Let's Medvedev. New balls, please. First game, full sets.
brains trust in the Medvedev camp. Pretty relieved that their man is still living to fight another set. A few American men have been in action today. Tristan Boyer lost to Alex de Minaur. Taylor Fritz won. So did Ben Shelton. Francis Tiafoe went down. He went down in 5. Incidentally to Fabian Marozsan. It was Alex Mikkelsen, somebody that Aryna Tien trains with quite a bit, had a straight sets win. Marcus Garone is also part of that training squad in LA that Nick was alluding to. Had a great win over Thomas Echeverry in 5. Oh yes, please. Once again, he has guessed correct.
So Robbie, I've just got back from down on the court. I was going to do the interview, I thought, at match point. But it looked to me from down there, it's a different perspective. And that's what Nick's got down there. But it just seemed like Medvedev couldn't miss all of a sudden.
I think you're right. And, you know, again, when I was talking about his service games, how he was taking more time in between points, he was kind of taking deeper breaths. And I think that's been helping the overall course of his game, just being able to make a few more balls and more relaxed.
Well, he sort of reverted back, didn't he, to his normal way of playing, just refusing to miss instead of the shorter points that we saw earlier in the third. And this is how a match can swing. There'll be a few negative thoughts there in that young man's head right now, you would think.
I mean, you don't want to go match point down, but it might actually be a blessing in disguise for Medvedev. And I say that because we all know that when you've had a match point and then you haven't been able to convert, you're still playing, it's very difficult to put it out the back of your mind.
Mm-hmm. And there's repercussions, isn't there? You're still thinking about it early in the 4th set, and quickly you can be behind in that one too. And then you might just drop off a fraction. It's a roller coaster ride.
Raise your bats, son. 50 unforced errors.
30.
And I think for your learner, Tien, this is where you got to think back to all the preseason work that you did in LA with those top guys, with Fritz and Mikkelsen and Garone, and all those hard yards you put in and trying to make them pay off now.
That particular shot has just gone off the boil.
Yeah, he's missing it a bit, isn't he?
forehand down the line for Lerner.
Let's seconds.
Well, suddenly, Tien is hemorrhaging unforced errors. And it's 3-love already. Almost looked like his foot touched the court, the net there.
Time.
Well, DJ's definitely been on top of his game. We've had a bit of great local artists. These guys might be definitely top 10 in the rankings for me. Do you know who this is?
Tell me.
What are we? There's another name for it. Tennis commentators. Sports commentators. Talking heads.
Well, the other day you were talking about Crowded House and Neil Finn. Talking heads. Come on. Tell me the lead singer. I think I'm right.
You're always right, Fitzy.
Brother of. Tim Finn.
You're joking.
Come on. Look it up. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. Gee, that whole sort of atmosphere's changed here, hasn't it?
Just doesn't see this one coming. It's as good as it gets.
No, I'm wrong. Split ends. I apologise, Tim Finn. I apologise. It's late at night.
Break points again. The set is getting away from Tien very quickly.
Good. Advantage, Medvedev.
One of Lerner's greatest assets is his shot tolerance. It's gone out the window in this fourth set. It's uncanny how often Medvedev guesses the right way when Tien's got an easy shot.
Advantage, Tien.
It's worth reminding everybody that both of these guys played 5-setters in their previous round. Medvedev was on court for 3 hours and 8 minutes. Tien was 3 hours and 56 minutes.
And his standard has now dropped, hasn't it? He's spraying more balls now, the young fella.
Mm-hmm.
So he's lost his intensity. I'm not sure whether that's physical or whether mentally he was down 3-love. I've got a feeling it might be a little bit of physicality.
Perhaps needing a bit of direction from Coach Diaz.
This set is certainly going to be quick by the looks of it. So he's not balanced now, is he?
It's not anything at the moment, Fitzy. I think probably most of all he's not interested. What if he's thinking about that match point he had? Medvedev was serving 6-7 in that third set breaker. Dropped the hammer. Wow. This has been swift, very quick. 5-zip.
Sometimes we just need to see the possible. And what we thought impossible. To remind us to be bold, to climb higher. Doesn't matter what the next one is. So what's your next move? What's your next move? Here, where my plans are.
Oh, it's a different mood in the camp now. There's a couple of smiles going around there. I reckon it's at least 3 out of 4.
Yeah, they were grimaces about half an hour ago.
So anyway, they look like Grim Reapers.
Time.
Nick, do you have any feeling about the physicality of Lerner at the moment?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get a read on, because it doesn't look like he's cramping quite yet. And, you know, he was speaking with his coach, Eric Diaz, and we're seeing just how fast these points are going, right? And we know that he normally uses his legs and can extend points, but I think he's just going to try to get out of this game as fast as he can, and then let's see where he's at from there. Well, one thing's for sure on the serve, he's definitely not getting any leg drive up into it anymore, and that's, you know, maybe a sign of a little bit of a cramp, but definitely tired and no leg drive here.
Yeah, he's going to have to set himself early in the fifth, isn't he, and just see if he can produce a couple of good games early.
13-15.
I was down on the court, Rob. I didn't see how close that ace was on match point. Was it on the line?
Yeah,
outside of the line?
Yeah, they didn't give us, you know, a zoom in on it, but it was pretty close to the line. I want to say on the line.
Yeah. It's a game of inches. Well, it's actually a game of millimeters, really.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you his average first serve speed is down almost 15 kilometers an hour.
And this would enable Medvedev to serve first in the fifth if he breaks here.
Okay.
Medvedev leads 5 games to 4.
Just waiting for the balls to come down. Okay, a chance to take us into the fifth.
Well, either he's completely saving himself now for the fifth, or he is really struggling.
I'm just keeping a close eye on him. Had a camera shot.
That
might be one of the few times that Daniil has actually hit a second serve there. Normally goes with a slider. Tien has negated it the whole match pretty much until now. Well, the bounce back ability from Medvedev has been admirable. Chance to take us into a fifth.
Game. And full sets, Medvedev.
And for the 5th time in a row at the Australian Open, Medvedev will contest a 5-setter. He wins the 4th comfortably, 6-1. All the meaningful numbers pretty much on Medvedev's side of the court, and might be the smallest number on the screen, but it could be the most significant one to Medvedev. Just 26 minutes to win that 4th set. And no surprise that both
men's tennis for USTA, right behind Cain, Richard Langford, one of our strength and conditioning coaches for USTA, and then Satoshi Ochi, who's the head of strength and conditioning. So he's got all the coaches there.
This will be the 20th 5-setter at Medvedev's playing.
Time.
Record 9 wins, 10 losses. But he has, excuse me, on 4 occasions come back from 2 sets to love down. And 3 of those have come here in Australia.
Final sets. Out. 15 love.
This is where you start to go to a dark place in your mind, where you've got to learn to suffer, and you've got to learn to enjoy the suffering.
Well, to me, I feel like he's got to win this first game. The trend will be, or the die might be cast.
I'm always worried when a player almost doesn't care about a set of tennis like that 4th set. He's just lost the range on the forehand. It could have been an opportunity to try and claw something back there.
But I'm willing to forgive him for that, because he's such a young player. He hasn't been here much in his life.
You're right.
You know, and he probably is hurting here physically. Certainly not serving as fast consistently at it. But it can be a dangerous thing to do. You're right, Robbie. I've always believed that. That really sets a tone for the 5th set, and sometimes you can't get the momentum back.
Yep. He really does need to steady the ship here, get his nose out in front. He'll feel a whole lot better about himself.
I think we're going to see Medvedev try to spread the court there. That forehand going outside the singles line. He's going to try to move Tien.
Gave that one a wallop.
No doubt he's missing more. Even if you put the fourth set out of your mind, he wasn't missing in the first 3 sets like this.
You guys, from this angle, I could just see the extra shape that Medvedev was trying to put on the forehand. Tried to go into lockdown mode to try to get Lerner Tien, see if he would make a mistake. But Lerner Tien dug deep there. As you said, Robbie, went into a dark place and said, I don't care if every muscle in my body hurts. I'm going to find a way right now.
How can the previous rally count the same as that?
Don't ask difficult questions at this time of night, Rob.
I mean,
come on, Robbie, it's too late to ask that question.
It's not right.
Gutsy.
Guys, from down here, that ball blew up like a watermelon. It was so big that it was so hard for these guys to find pace. And after that point, Medvedev just stared over at Lerner Tien as if to say, okay, I think you maybe still have some legs. He was testing him out there.
I think that body language was telling us, though, that he was hurting there. Oh, gutsy game from the youngster. Has he got 5 more of those in him?
First game, final set.
Well, the patience is back. The accuracy is there. The shot tolerance is there.
I think Lerner Tien's got to do exactly what he did there at the end when he won that game. He put his hand in the air and tried to get this crowd behind him. I think he needs a little bit of energy, something else that comes from outside himself at this point, to just grab that extra energy, because Medvedev doesn't look tired at all. Medvedev looks like he could do this all night long.
Plays a good game of poker, though, does Daniil. There's been a couple of times I can remember. Rublev on one occasion, he was cramping after 3 sets of tennis, but he hit it so well. It actually might have even been here. I need to double check that. I remember him struggling to get off the bench to go and do the post-match interview. I think it was with Jim Courier. We had no idea until the match was over. I apologize. It was the blue courts of Miami against Alexei Poprin is the match I'm thinking of. Still not the longest match that Tien has played in his career. That would be the previous round that went 3 hours and 56 minutes.
I wonder if he worked as hard, though.
Certainly looked like it. The sets were close, Fitzy. 4-6, 7-6, 6-3, 5-7, 6-4. A lot of tennis being played there.
Well, maybe it's a cumulative effect as well.
Yes.
Trying to recover.
Of course, the win predictor has been swinging violently. It had this guy, big underdog at the start of the match. Then it had him a big favourite, 2 sets to love up. Now he is not quite back where he started, but certainly the big underdog. Depth of the shots in that rally was just breathtaking how good it is.
But he still seems to possess the firepower when he gets to the ball. It's whether he's as balanced as he was earlier. He's spraying more balls, I think, because he's out of position, whereas he can still generate the racket head speed, can't he?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty important game for him there.
New ball, please.
Yeah, nice, comfortable hold. It's 2-1, fifth set.
While we take a break, let us inspire your next adventure. Fly us in comfort to London, Edinburgh, Athens, or Rome, Paris, or Dublin, and over 40 cities across Europe. But remember, it's not just the destination, it's also how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Time.
Well, day 5 of this year's Australian Open started at 11:30 a.m. and it has been going strong. It's almost 2 a.m. local time here in Melbourne, and those who have stuck around to watch this contest have been well rewarded, because the drama has built nicely. And I can't...
Sorry, Robbie, you could almost say that this is 2 days of entertainment right here.
Hey, talk about good value for money. We always like a bit of that. And Aryna Tien had a match point in that third set tiebreak. This guy served his 13th ace at that very moment. Here we are.
Well, I just wonder who the new balls are going to help here.
Yeah, and how much it might tempt them to go for a little bit more and get a quick point, Fitzy.
Well, I think so. I think there'll be more quick points, one way or the other.
Loved it.
What twist is left here? Oh, that must have caught the outside edge. Throwing a big risky serve wide. Oh, clever. Went behind the California, and no doubt he's having more trouble moving and changing direction.
Yeah, and that's what we had talked about earlier on in the match, just maybe going behind such a fast player like Laver Tien. Smart there from Medvedev.
Showing some guts right now, though. Not moving as well, but he is going through the pain barrier. You would think those thighs would be burning, you would imagine.
An early break point.
Wow. I honestly didn't see that break of serve coming. Didn't see it. That changes the scenario.
Big time, because suddenly Tien can now see their checkered flag in the distance.
Well, guys, right now I'm texting with Rodney Marshall, the fitness trainer that he worked with for an entire month. So it was Alex Mickelson, Laver Tien for 1 month in Carson, competing against each other. Every Saturday they had beach workouts. This guy was digging in the sand for 4 Saturdays straight to be ready for moments like this.
I mean, how good are this guy's soft skills?
Such good hands. And one other thing that Rodney said, he said, you know, a lot of players take holidays off. These guys were training on Thanksgiving Day in the States. They wanted to be prepared for the heat and moments and his sets in Australia.
Temptation to get impatient and want a quick hold here is so great.
Finding a little bit of energy, though. This is where the big servers can get a few free ones. It's just a battle of will and willpower.
Another break point for Daniil. We're back on serve in the 5th, and this now officially becomes the longest match that Aryna Tien has ever played in his career.
All right, Melbourne, it's time to put your hands together and get ready to game, set, clap. Let's go. Oh, this is too easy. Let's go faster. We need more energy than this. Faster again. Now, louder. Keep going. Go. 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 Nice, Melbourne. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was priceless.
Definitely some chat going on in the camp, but I don't know how much is getting to Daniil.
Time.
Well, previous round, 3 hours and 56 minutes for Aryna Tien against Camillo Ugo Carabelli of Argentina. I can tell you that's still way short of the longest match that Daniil Medvedev has ever played. It was incidentally here, and it was in a final against Rafael Nadal. Remember when he was up 2-0? Ended up losing that one. 5 hours, 24 minutes that one lasted.
Love the 50.
Oh, wonderful forehand finish. Ahead 40-15 takes more of a risk. Level again.
All to play for now.
It's going to be hard for either of these two, you would imagine, to recover after this. What a marathon. It's what it takes to win a major. You have to win 7 matches. They're just in the second, Robbie. I meant 7 rounds. I think I said 7 majors. It's getting it's getting late at night, but 7 rounds you have to win here. And
we knew what you were talking about.
Only in the second. This is brutal.
That's why they're so highly valued.
Guys, I don't know how deep Daniil Medvedev can go into his memory bank right now, but last year in his second round, he played Emil Rusevori. I was commentating that match into the post-match interview at 4:30 in the morning. So we're only at 2 in the morning right now. So he's got 2.5 hours more to get to where he was last year, and he still made the final. So a lot of effort these guys are putting out here right now.
Too good.
Excuse me, I'm going to correct myself real quick on Medvedev. It wasn't until 4:30, it was until 3:39 in the morning. 4 hours and 23 minutes in the second round last year.
What's 40 minutes between friends? Well, what an angle. Short across.
40.
Almost can't put the ball away like they were earlier in the match. The power's gone from both of them. But they're still steady as a rock. Not missing. Created a little extra angle there. That was good enough.
A patient hold from Tien. And he's back out in front to lead 4-3. Sure what these guys are stocking up on, but Daniil's having a problem getting that one open. He's trying to get something into him as soon as he possibly can. He spent the whole change of ends just trying to get the lid off. Well, we've had some long matches and we've had some late finishes here in Australia, but who could ever forget? And I think it was on this court as well, Andy Murray taking on Thanasi Kokkinakis. That was an absolute battle royale. Five minutes past 4 in the morning is when it finished.
Guys, after Lerner Tien got that hold and he was walking to the bench, he kind of put his arms in the air to get the crowd involved, and Medvedev saw that and he kind of mocked him, did the same thing to the crowd. So there's a little mind game going on as well for Medvedev.
30 15.
That's a shot that has caused Medvedev a lot of problems this evening, especially in the opening 2 sets. So often in the back quarter of that court. It's a well-struck forehand. It's not the fastest forehand on tour, that's for sure. It averages about 122 kilometers an hour. Top 10 forehand average is 126, so he's just below that. I'll tell you what is impressive is his depth on it.
4 games all.
Of course, if you've got the depth, that ball stays in the air a little longer. The moment it hits the court, that's when it slows up dramatically. So every inch or yard or meter that you can keep that ball in the air it's just worth so much. Gets to the other side of the court so quickly. Bang on, yet again.
I mean, this guy is an absolute genius with the ball. You're talking about depth on the ball as far as inches are concerned, but how about the inches of effort as well? Just to work as hard as you possibly can and try to outwork your opponent. Lerner Tien finding the depth there on that shot.
30 love.
It's almost in a way at this point in the match, the game plan almost goes out the window. It becomes more about who wants it more at this moment.
I can tell you, we've already had 11 matches that have gone over 4 hours at this year's Australian Open. This is the 12th. Seared the line. High quality match, high quality service game. After 4 hours and 13 minutes, it's 5-4 in the 5th. Takes another step closer to getting the W this evening. I can tell you that Aryna Tien really has been study and concentration. He let things go in the 4th set, it must be said. I think he was disappointed after having a match point in the 3rd set tiebreak. Medvedev delivered an ace at 6-7 to snuff it out quickly. But he's regrouped nicely. I tell you that Tien was up a break early stages of this 5th set, but Daniil bounced back beautifully. That was to make it 3-2 back on serve, and no breaks since then. Tempted him.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear a few more screeches and footwork back here from Lerner Tien. Just a few more small steps to get in position for these shots.
Good look at that.
$30-15. Balls.
Both players with a couple of cheap errors in this game.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed from Lerner Tien is he's picked up the pace on his forehand. So the forehand's coming with more pace, then slice backhands. There's actually a few raindrops that are falling on top of me right now. See what that holds up.
No way! That is outrageous.
An unreal volley. And you know what I like seeing from that one too? After the volley, the coach of Lerner Tien, Eric Diaz, had a smile on his face as if to say, you know what? That's just too good.
It's magnificent. The court craft, the artistry.
5 games all.
Improved his position in the rally incrementally with each shot. And then finished with a flourish off his beloved backhand. He can do anything off that wing. How good were those last 2 points? 5-all.
Both guys just showing so much heart right now. They know how important every single point is at this point at 5-all in the 5th. Robbie, just going to throw it out there. It's starting to sprinkle down here on the court.
Come on.
Yeah,
come on.
and it looks like they might have to stop because it's starting to come down pretty quick.
No way. It's unbelievable. And the roof is quite far open, so they're going to need to hustle, right?
Yeah, it's going to have to happen quick because it's a pretty steady drizzle that's going on right now. And if that goes on for another 4 to 5 minutes, this court's going to take a little bit to dry up.
And I'm surprised they haven't made a calculated decision just to close it anyway, given that there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roof right now. It's definitely staying open. They haven't started it. Oh, now it's moving. So just now started the moving to get it closed.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Lerner because it's his service game. And I always think, Nick, it's a little easier perhaps when you're returning in these moments, given there's such a premium, there's so much value on serving and holding serve, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I'm Lerner Tien, you know, I'm probably even going to hit, you know, maybe a couple serves once it kind of gets close to being closed and, you know, you're going to start playing again. Just, you know, because they're having an extended break to sit down here. And it's good, you know, get a little hydration, get some food in the system if you can, but you don't want to get too cold sitting down.
Nick, I don't know how many of the other youngsters you have seen play this week, this Australian Open. The likes of Fonseca, Mensik, Faria did his match yesterday evening. We see Lerner. What have you enjoyed and who's stood out for you this performance? How do you compare it to, say, a Fonseca against Rublev?
Yeah, I mean, look, Fonseca is just incredible, right? You know, I was looking at some of the statistics for him through his qualifying run here, and, you know, he had an average forehand speed of 82 miles per hour, which was third at the Australian Open through qualies. I mean, excuse me, third through everyone in the Australian Open. I mean, the guy has a massive forehand, was on a 14-match win streak. You know, he's an impressive player, and as Carlos Alcaraz says, I mean, that guy's going to be in the top 10 very soon. And we see the ball kids out here wiping off the court, trying to help out the players. But yeah, Lerner Tien, I mean, look, you know, he's been a winner, right? He's been a winner ever since he was a junior. You know, we talk about how in the boys 18 and under Kalamazoo national championships, and if you win that, you end up going to the US Open, and he won that as a 16-year-old. He won it as a 17-year-old. Didn't even have to play it as an 18-year-old because he was winning challengers to already get enough points to get a wild card in the US Open. So he knows how to win, right? And it's one of those things where, you know, maybe he doesn't have the biggest serve of the moment, and maybe might not ever have the biggest serve of the moment, but what he does have is a big heart, and he understands how to move the ball around the court. And you don't always have to have the biggest strokes if you have a big heart and you know the geometry of a tennis court.
Now, his tennis intelligence, and we've seen it tonight firsthand, haven't we, Nick, against, you know, one of the great geniuses of our game when it comes to shot selection and outmaneuvering opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Daniil Medvedev is not used to somebody outfoxing him, right? And there for 2 sets, Lerner Tien was outfoxing the fox. And then, you know, in the 4th set, obviously got up maybe a little tired, and now some of the adrenaline has kicked in for Lerner Tien, but it just shows you how good he is and how good these players are. I mean, Lerner Tien coming in 112 in the world, you know, and people not knowing his name, and I guarantee you they're going to know his name regardless, win or lose of this match. And, you know, it just shows the depth of the game. It shows how hard these guys are working in the off season. And, you know, it's been on full display here tonight.
Yeah, and I mentioned Fonseca there particularly because they've had some good matches. They played in the finals of the next gen in Saudi. Fonseca came out on top. They played the finals of the junior event at the US Open. Fonseca came out on top, so he's trending perhaps just a little bit ahead of Lerner. But I tell you what, Lerner gets the win tonight, and you know, it'll be fascinating to watch how their respective careers, you know, unfold, I guess, parallel to one another for the next 10, 15 years.
No, that's for sure. And I'll just give a quick shout out to Lerner Tien right now. He just clapped for all the ball kids for coming out. You know, they came out and tried the court and he started clapping his hands. Just such a nice guy he is. But, you know, I completely agree with you. You better believe you, Lerner Tien, heard Carlos Alcaraz talk about how great of a career Fonseca is going to have. And Lerner Tien's probably thinking to himself, hey, man, I'm one of those guys too. I can hang with that guy. I've played against him. And I know how to, you know, potentially beat that guy. And so he's got to believe within himself that he can do it. And he also, as we said, he trains with Alec Mickelson, and you know, Mickelson's been playing so well, you know, inside the top 45. So he's, you know, he's got to believe it. Hey, I'm right there with the big boys, and that belief system has been on display here tonight. And now they're going to be back playing.
Well, this is when it really comes between the ears big time. The mental toughness, and I think especially so for Lerner.
Yeah, I love how Lerner's already stepped up to the line. Medvedev's just walking back, but Lerner says, let's get this show on the road. I'm ready to go.
5 all in the 5th, 15 all. He's made it. By millimeters.
Yeah, we saw such great shape on the forehand from Medvedev on the cross court and down the line, but that one just flattening it out.
So careful if you go to Medvedev's backhand too many times in a row. So good at working the ball around the court with that shot. And a valuable break point now. He's got the break. He's something special, this guy. How has he turned this one around? He'll surf for it.
Time.
What an effort, what a monumental effort this has been. I'm a big fan of marathon running. I'm a big fan of the legendary Eliud Kipchoge. And I love that line of his. At the apex of the pain, that's where success is. Medvedev's right there, serving for the match.
It's just amazing how calm Medvedev stays right now in this moment, 4 hours and 32 minutes in. Just using a short angle cross court and a backhand cross court, just moving Lerner Tien as much as he can. So patient.
Thank you very much.
The pace of Lerner Tien's forehand has picked up over these last 2 or 3 games. So much on the line, and he's going for it even more.
Jaw-dropping stuff. Just make sure you got a soft place for your jaw to land when you watch this. Well, it just
insane stuff, Robbie.
It just had to happen.
Incredible.
Look where Medvedev's standing now. Wow, he's gone with a wide one. In your life, have you ever seen a game like that, given the circumstances from a teenager?
6 games all, final set, tiebreak.
I mean, Lerner Tien is going deep into his heart right now and remembering those beach workouts that he had throughout the preseason every Saturday for moments like this.
This is a 10-point tiebreak. Thank you.
So a 10-point match tiebreak to decide the outcome here. Red hot. 4 cold stone winners in the last 5 points.
And is there a fire emoji we can throw on the court right now? Both guys are on fire in fuego.
I can tell you this is the first 5th set tiebreak that we've had this year.
The first fifth set tiebreaker we've had at Australian Open, and it's 2:41 in the morning. Incredible.
Well, he's made some great forays forward. Did so in the early stages of that third set. Try to change things up. And he's come up with a crucial volley yet again.
Yeah, what he's done so well on the volley, he's been following his approach shots really well and getting close to the net. That's helping him make the volley.
It's just fearless. Has not held back all match. Just trusting his technique and decision making. Second serve.
I mean, how much curve did that serve have on it? It hit the forehand from the deuce side to Lerner Tien. Incredible to go for that small space, because that's what Lerner Tien's making him do, is go for that small target by standing where he was.
Of course, Medvedev so much experience in these kind of situations, playing big matches, long matches. He's played in major finals. He will have the belief that this is where it comes in for Lerner. And in any honest accounting, training is the cake and belief is the icing. And sometimes that thin smear of frosting can make all the difference. Beware the backhand, beware the backhand.
4-3, Medvedev.
It's 106 rallies now that they've had, 9+ shots.
And I just love that play from Lerner Tien there. Wide serve, using his lefty wide serve to get Medvedev outside the court to really open it up. Medvedev knew he was going to have a long ways to run if he didn't hit that return well.
occasionally gets a little too much air on the backhand slice.
Yeah, that one just didn't, you know, it's late in the match, 4 hours and 42 minutes in, just didn't keep his feet moving, was stretching for that ball there. Got to give everything you have for these last few points.
Medvedev.
Genius to have the presence of mind to choose that shot and hit it as well as this.
Robbie, I believe that's the first drop shot that we've seen off of that forehand wing. We've seen so much pace coming off the forehand and redirection. That's why Medvedev didn't even move for that one. Unbelievable disguise.
Just a brutal gladiator combat disguised as a tennis match. That's what this is. What did Jimmy Connors used to say? Boxing at 90 feet.
I mean, these two guys are going through all the pain in the world and saying, you know what, I'm not going to give in tonight. Not tonight. You know, we've seen these guys eating their gels, different energy drinks, whatever they can to survive right now at 2:51 in the morning Melbourne time, leaving the heart on the court.
Daniil Medvedev kept that return in the court.
So many of these Medvedev volleys we've seen go cross court throughout this match, and that's why Laver Tien just started running for it. Throughout 5 sets of tennis, he's seen that a few times.
Tien with more magic. An absolute screamer. A mainline forehand.
That is a C-ball, hit ball moment. It's in the strike zone. You go for the winner.
A second match point for Aryna Tien. He had one in the third set tiebreak. He's got one on his serve now. Aryna Tien has finally beaten down Daniil's door in an absolute epic here in Melbourne. The best win of his career. 4 hours and 48 minutes of scintillating tennis. Athleticism, artistry. It had it all. And he never stopped believing. That really is one for the rocking chair years from now. And just before 3 a.m., he gets the job done. What a Herculean effort.
You know what it was for me, Robbie? The belief in everything that he's done in the offseason.
Zverev, a thought for Daniil. Was looking to come back from 2 sets to love down for the 5th time in his career. He came pretty close. He served for it. But what a game this guy played. Winners just raining down off both sides of his ground strokes. Welcome to the big time. Just can't applaud him enough for his attitude. Brilliant concentration. And he comes out on top. The victor, 4 hours and 48 minutes later. And he's going to have a chat with our very own John Fitzgerald.
Lerner, 19-year-olds are not meant to be that good.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that.
Well, I'm here to tell you that was pretty good. Yeah. I used to live in Newport Beach, so I know where you live, by the way. Congratulations. Goodness me. That was an exceptional effort. You know, it's the first time a 5-set has gone to a super tiebreak this year. You don't know what to say to that either, do you?
I mean, I was definitely hoping it wasn't going to go to a 5th set breaker. But, you know, either way, just really happy to get a win. I know I made it a lot harder than maybe it could have been. But, you know, whatever.
Did you feel when you got to the end of that third set that you'd lost it all? And what was going through your mind early in the fourth? Because you dropped off a bit in the fourth. Were you waiting and saving yourself for that fifth set?
Yeah, I mean, losing the third was tough after playing for that long. I had a match point. I mean, I didn't really get to touch the ball, I don't think. I think it was an ace. But yeah, I mean, that was a little disappointing to see a fourth after, you know, fighting back from a breakdown in that third. But honestly, in the fourth set, I just had to pee so bad.
Well, that makes two of us, Leonard.
So I was just trying to finish it up fairly quick, but I also wanted to start the fifth serving, so you know, I scrapped out that game at 0-5, and it all worked out.
Yeah. Well, you've won 2 Grand Slam matches now. They're not all this tough. Some of them, believe it or not, get a bit easier than this. But that's an extraordinary effort for a 19-year-old young player to come out and do that. I'm staggered.